Hello, guys. Thanks so much for joining. It's the Tuesday night live sale tonight, and I have some fabulous treasures from France as always. I have some new paper packs, new ledger packs. I have some really pretty amazing pieces for your either art studio or your craft room or even home decor pieces. So I brought some really special things to share with you guys tonight. Of course, I have ledgers and books and documents and I don't know what else. All of the normal things, tons of ephemera, tons of paper packs. But I did bring some different kinds of items tonight. We'll have to see how you guys like them. But thanks so much for joining. I appreciate you guys all hanging out with me. We did have a crafting live, which was part 2 of our February junk journal making class. It's a free class. And we had part 2 last night. The video is available to rewatch on my channel if you want to watch and see what I made and what I talked about, all that kind of stuff. Basically, class 2 was covering how to construct the perfect junk journal signature. And of course, I made mine for the February junk journal kit. So it's a French roses / Valentine's Day theme. Of course, you could use it for any theme, but that was done last night. I did have so that it's not normal that we're going to do them on Monday night. What happened was I had to reschedule Saturdays and bump it to Monday. So that's why it was a weird one, kind of a one-off one on a Monday night. But there was an amazing large crowd of people for an impromptu crafting class. And so I do want to say a huge thank you to all of you who joined for that class. There were quite a few pushing. I didn't see 100, but I did see 88 to 94. So at some point there may have been 100. I didn't see it, but there was a lot of people there, and you guys were having a good time in chat. You guys were talking about all kinds of things, junk journal related and not. And I was crafting. You guys were crafting at home along with me. I'm going to take photos of every class that we do. I'm going to take some photos after the class and just kind of show just a little bit of what happened in the class. And I have posted the first set of that into Facebook group today. There is a Facebook group. It's pinned at the top of chat. At the top of the chat box. It's also pinned in the description box. The Facebook group is called Junk Journal Makers. It has nothing to do with live sales or French things, really. It's really just a Facebook group for people who make junk journals. That's why it's called Junk Journal Makers. And it doesn't matter what kind of junk journal you make. You could make a modern junk journal. You could make a vintage junk journal. You could make memory books or prayer journals or whatever, art journals. It doesn't really matter. It's for journal makers, and everyone is encouraged to join. There is challenges going on in the Facebook group, which I think for a lot of us, and I'm going to put myself in this category, the January challenge was super strong. Lots of posts every day. The February challenge, very few people have actually entered. So the challenge runs all the way to the end of the month. February is a short month. There's only 28 days. If you start participating now, you have the best odds of winning the challenge prize because there's not that many entries. Really, the first challenge is just sharing a picture of anything that you've made for a junk journal. So as long as you handmade it and it's junk journal related or for a junk journal, you can post that. That's the challenge number 1. There's a $50 Amazon prize for that challenge. Very simple challenge. I don't want you guys to stress or like have to make something specific. Some groups, they have these huge challenges where all the rules, or they make challenges mandatory or whatever. I'm not all about that. I'm about making your life easy. If you've made something for a junk journal, doesn't even matter if you made it last year, just snap a picture of it. Or maybe you have a picture on your phone, post it in the Facebook group, use the appropriate hashtag. I believe it is February or I think it's JJ. I don't know what the hashtag is for February. You'll have to look in the Facebook group. There is a pinned post in the Facebook group with the actual hashtag. But anyway, so hopefully there's not 29 days in February this year. I do not believe it is a leap year. But anyway, I'll check that. If it is, when I checked before, I did not notice that. But that's the first challenge. The second challenge is regarding scraps, I wanted you guys to show me projects that you've made using nothing but scraps, or at least using real true scraps, not like cutting up a new piece of paper and saying it was made from scraps. So basically it was a challenge to show people what you can make with scraps that are hanging around your desk. It also had a second part to that, that if you didn't want to show things that you made, you could have shown that the way that you organize your scraps, whether you show your ways that you categorize your scraps into like Ziploc bags, or whether you have a drawer unit that you picked up at Michael's or Hobby Lobby or wherever, and you organize your scraps that way. So you don't have to participate in any of the challenges, but if you want to, there's very few entries so far. We give away a $50 Amazon gift card for each challenge. So basically the first challenge, just share a picture. You don't have to spend a million, hours typing some elaborate post. It literally could just be a picture with no words, if that's what you're comfortable with. But sharing the post of something you made junk journal related, challenge number 1. Challenge number 2 is just sharing a picture of something you made with scraps, or your way of organizing scraps, because scraps are something that if you are making junk journals, you're going to have a lot of scraps. Scraps are inevitable. Very few people, I don't know of any, who actually construct an entire junk journal and use every single little tiny scrap of paper. I know there's some people that try, but using up every scrap is hard. So usually there's scraps left over. They can get out of hand fast because it's easier to reach for a new piece of paper than try to root through your scrap bin and find the right one, unless you're making a project specifically using scraps. So again, those are the challenges in the Facebook group. The other part of all of my challenges, it will continue this way for forever, is not only enter the challenge, right, but to share the love to other people who already posted. So when you post your post, just go comment on a couple of posts. Just comment and say, hey, I liked your pocket, or hey, I liked your tag, or I love the way you use the purple, or I love the way you watercolored that flower, or hey, I never thought of folding it there or gluing it there, or whatever the case may be. So leave some positive comments on other people's posts. You guys should do that whether you're entering the challenge or not. Going through and hearting is great. Liking is great. But a lot of artists, makers, they need the words. They need to hear the words. They need the words of encouragement. So if you guys can, if you take a moment, maybe you check the Facebook group every day religiously, or maybe you're like on a weekend, I have time to look at the Facebook group, whatever the case may be, please leave some comments, some word comments on some people's posts. It's not required. I'm not harping on you about it. I'm just saying, we're all critics of our own work, and I know a lot of people, the words matter and they like hearing it. So you'll find that our group is very kind and very encouraging. We don't have any meanies in there. You don't need to be afraid to post something, even if it's the very first junk journal that you've ever made and you're just learning. Just post it and you'll see that people are kind and they respond nicely and they are encouraging. So there's that. Class last night, yep, still available to rewatch if you missed it. The third class is this Saturday. So this Saturday at 9 a.m. And I'm like, are we really going to do it? Yes, we are. This Saturday at 9 a.m. Arizona time, which is 11 a.m. Eastern time as far as I'm aware. So we will do the third class on Saturday morning, and it is covering ephemera. So far I have made I've posted 365 videos showing you ephemera makes. I do, again, hope to get some of those done. But at this point, we need to make a lot of ephemera. I will spend at least 3 hours on Saturday morning with you guys making pockets. We'll make some tags and some journal cards, but I hope to have my pockets made for at least one of my 3 journals by Saturday. And then the fourth class, because there's always 4 classes, the fourth class for the February journal is going to cover further embellishments. I'll decorate my front cover. I'm going to just kind of go over some pointers if you have never filmed a flip through video. On the fourth class, I will talk about how you should, whether you should or should not film a flip through video of your journal if you're planning on selling it. I will talk to you guys about the things, the information that you guys need to, you need to either verbally say, or you need to put in your Etsy post or your Facebook post to sell your journals. I really have been trying to put out as much information as I can about selling journals, and I'm going to focus on that really heavily as we do these classes this year, because a lot of people ask me, a lot of people are interested in selling journals, and I did talk about that last night kind of at length at the end. But I will kind of give you all of the information over the next couple of months of classes. And then from there, hopefully you guys are putting your journals in Etsy or selling them in Facebook groups, or, selling them on other social media platforms. I know there's Buy Me a Coffee and there's other things like that that you can sell them on. You can sell them on Instagram, but I'll cover some of that information as we're working through the classes, just because there is time usually for me to tell you that information and share it with you. I'm not a gatekeeping kind of person. I would rather share the joy that I get from doing what I do with all of you guys. And so I really want to focus on that. For those of you that are interested, for those of you that could care less and you're just making journals for yourself or for gifts or for whatever, maybe you just tuck away the little things that you pick up from what I'm saying, and maybe down the line, you might reach a point where, hey, you have 80 journals on a shelf back there, and you might think about sharing some that way. So maybe you're not interested in selling journals at the present time, but maybe in the future you will. And honestly, 100% truth, there are people that charge a lot of money and give you less information than what I've already shared with you guys. There are people who have like how to sell journals in Etsy, or how to sell on Etsy, or how to sell in Facebook groups, or whatever. They'll charge an arm and a leg for classes. And it kind of irritates me because the information is out there. It might take you a while to look at all the YouTube videos and watch them and get all the information. And very few people, I don't know of anybody who's like just sharing it all for free. And I'm not trying to say like, oh, I'm so great. But what I'm saying is, I think people, like some people, if they make and sell journals, they don't want to share the information with you because they're afraid that if you make and sell journals too, then that'll somehow take away their business or something like that. And I think there's space for all of us when it comes, especially when it comes to making and selling junk journals, because the junk journal niche is still, it's a smaller niche, but it is a tight-knit niche. And those people who are interested in making journals, there is a lot of people interested in buying journals that are already made. Because if you think about it, if you have a full-time job and maybe you're younger and you still have kids at home and stuff, you don't have time to sit there and spend 40 hours or 60 hours making a junk journal for yourself. Or it might be exhausting, or whatever the case is. So a lot of people want to purchase a journal so that they get the joy of having it and touching all the wonderful things and using it. Some people just buy them and they don't even use them. A large portion of people buy junk journals and they do not write in them. But for some people, they do. Some people buy them and they, gift them for wedding gifts and things like that too. So there's a big market for selling journals. And if you're interested, I'm trying to help you. I just, I don't make that many journals myself because obviously I have other things going on. But, when I do sell them, it's fun. It's fun to see them go to their new homes, and it's, the process of making them is fun. And I just want to share that with you guys if you guys are interested. So yes. And that's a good point, Shelly. Shelly R is saying, there's so many people who make junk journals, but there's so many different styles, right? Because we all figure out what our style is. In our style, no matter, even if you're trying, like I could sit down right now and I could say, I am going to try to make a journal that is exactly like so-and-so just made. You can't. It's impossible to make the exact replica journal, even if you had the same supplies. Like our kits, for example, we sell like, maybe 100, 150, sometimes more than that kits. And every single journal that is made from that same pack of supplies is very different. And it's because people have different styles, they have different opinions, tastes, whatever. But for all of that individuality from the journal maker, there's also the same thing on the other side as a buyer. There's a buyer for every single junk journal out there. There's a buyer for, whatever that your heart, tells you to make, whatever your creative style is. There's a buyer for that. There's somebody looking for that. So anyway, that's enough about that. I'll shut up and we'll move on. More on Saturdays for those. I appreciate that, Catherine. Thank you. Catherine got a Christmas journal recently from me. It was actually a Christmas journal from not this past December, but the December before that. I like I said, I don't finish very many journals. It's a pet peeve of mine. I am trying to do better. My goal is when we move on to make the March journal, I will have my February ones completed. That is my goal. I'm trying very hard, but I refuse to give up making 3 at a time. So that also complicates things. Okay, so we're going to go. Oh, Carol. I was like, what is she talking about? We're going to move on. We're going to start the live sale. I brought some treasures for you guys. Thanks for joining me. I see so many of you in there. Lots of familiar faces, and I did see a couple new ones scroll through. Oh, wait a minute. Where there's vintage ladies, I'm sold. LOL. No one I'm around understands why you make fancy journals. There's a lot of people that don't get junk journals. That's a whole nother topic. I won't go down that road right now, but there's a whole lot of people who don't understand them. And I think once they see one in person and are explained what it is for and all that kind of stuff, they get it. They can definitely appreciate how much work went into it. But there is some things that you can do to help people understand what a junk journal is. There's even some free printables that you can like print out a letter, or you could type up your own letter and include it with a junk journal that kind of explains what a junk journal is. You could explain like how many hours or whatever went into it, or whatever your process is if you want, but you could also give examples on how to use it. So there's stuff to help people understand what a junk journal is. But yes, we're still a small little niche. However, think about scrapbooking. Think about when scrapbooking started. I mean, old time, a long time ago, right? But scrapbooking, mainstream scrapbooking, 12 by 12 scrapbook albums, it started off as a small niche, but eventually it became very, very popular, right? Junk journals were still in its infancy stage. So all of you guys who are going to learn how to make junk journals right now, you're getting in basically at the ground floor. The market is not saturated. We're starting kind of like a new little thing here. And in 5-10 years, who knows where we're going to be with it? We'll have to wait and see. But if you look at what happened with COVID, everyone wanted to craft and do art projects and things like that. So I think there is a huge demand for handmade things and for crafting and all that kind of stuff. Let's just see where this junk journal journey takes us. Okay, I'm going to switch the camera down so we can get started. I brought some documents for you guys. I'm just kind of doing a little preview. Super dark in here right now. I'm bringing it to 0. There we go. The lights are on. I brought some documents for you guys. I brought a lot of different kinds of documents. There's some blue, there's some regular. These ones are mostly 1700s. There's some early 1800s ones in there. So I did bring some documents. I also have some of these kind of documents, different colors. These ones are a little bit different than what you guys are used to me bringing you. So I brought those. I did bring ledgers. I brought some amazing craft room, studio, whatever you want to call it, decor pieces. And we're going to do those boxes of French hardware tonight. The boxes, I can't reach them right now. I'll reach them in a few minutes eventually. But the boxes of French hardware, we're going to do those tonight. I have some other mixed media, kind of like metal bits and trinkety things. And I brought paper packs. I do have some French fashion magazines for Catherine and for everyone else. And I don't know what else. Oh, letter packs. Let's start off with letter. Oh my God, Carol. Carol. Oh my God. Let me make a note right now, Carol. Because seriously, they're right outside in the garage. It'll probably take me 15 minutes to get them. But Carol has requested piano rolls, and I do have a ton of them. And I need to move them to new homes before I have to pack and move myself. And so I need to put this where I'm going to see it. I'm going to put it right up here on my monitor. I'm going to put it right up on my monitor. So I need to bring them. Okay, so Thursday for piano rolls. I do apologize. They're going to ship at the same ship cycle. So this is the very first sale of a new cycle. So I sell Tuesdays and Thursdays. You get an invoice. I sell Tuesday and Thursday again. You get another invoice, and everything from all of those 4 sales ships. I ship 4 sales at a time. That way you guys see a bunch of stuff. You get to pick and choose what you want. And then you get to combine ship across 4 different sales so that you're not paying shipping for each sale. You're paying 1 shipping charge for 4 sales. That's the way I do it. However, I do ask that you pay your invoices every week. That way, every week we start fresh and we don't like fall, 3 or 4 sales behind and that kind of stuff. So, Braille paper. Braille paper is here, and I do plan on selling it before I move. So it needs to be found in the garage, and it also needs to be, the books need to be disbound, if that's a word. I hear it. I hear all those requests. I do. I do. I hear the requests. Trust me. The Braille is definitely coming because you guys loved it when I brought it before, and it's just buried in boxes in the garage. Let's get started. I need these. Let me run through some paper pack preview. I've got, and you guys have seen these many, many times. There's only 38 of these ones from 1886. These ones were exceptionally beautiful. Of course, they're folded. I don't fold them unless they were already folded. But these ones are exceptionally beautiful with lots and lots of fashion. I think the 1880s are my favorite style of fashion. But like every one of these has beautiful ladies on it. So I brought you those. So it's an entire 1886 year. Basically, it's 38. So yes, 38 of those. They're singles. So if you just want one to scan and print out, those are a lesser price point because there's only 1 issue, 1 magazine per pack. I brought you guys some invoices because after I used invoices last night, you guys messaged me and said, hey, I also want French invoices. So we made you some invoice packs. These are not the sewing, like there might be some sewing ones in here, but these are not the sewing ones we had other day. These ones I've had for quite a long time. Look, there was a pink one. Where was that? Right there. There's a pink one. But beautiful French invoices. These are packs of 4. There's some tax stamps on them. You guys can't see anything other than glare. But really beautiful invoices. Brought those to you. Lots of different styles of them. That one's exceptional with a tax stamp. So anyway, we have 30 packs of invoices. I also have, I never do invoices without doing checks. The reason why is they go hand in hand. And if I use an invoice in a journal signature, usually I also do, this is from a perfume store. If I do an invoice in a journal, I also do a check almost every single time. So we have lots and lots of packs of checks. They're all different. And of course, you're really just seeing plastic and glare. But we did lots of checks. I don't know how many because I don't know where the sticky went, but somewhere there's some checks in here. I don't know. We'll find the sticky later. But there's checks, invoices, French fashion magazines. What else? We have a new ledger page pack. And this is the first item I'm going to do. And there's not very many of them. Not very many of these. I'm sure they will, well, I shouldn't say I'm sure, but they're probably going to sell out. These are not just letters, not just bundles of letters. These are thick, big stacks of letters, envelopes, postcards, other documents. This one has a cute little pad of paper, a cute little French pad of paper, and a bunch of other things in it. But you can see like there's a postcard back in there. There's some handwritten letters, all kinds of things. There's invoices in those. This one's almost like a little dance card booklet or something. It's got a calendar in it, some other little tickets and mementos tucked inside of it. And then in the rest of the pile, you've got like wine labels. There's letters, envelopes, letters and envelopes, little postcard there. And that's kind of like a form. There's a religious prayer card. There's some kind of publication here. So all of the envelopes also have a letter or a postcard or some other piece of ephemera in them, and it's original. And then in between the letters, I shoved a bunch more of ephemera because we have this bin and it's overflowing with just like all kinds of handwritten letters and things like that. So I just stuck a bunch of it in these piles. And you can see like there's a chunk of stuff in there. But every pile, every little bundle, I did at least 5 envelopes with letters and tucked in other ephemera in between. And I tried to do like, look at how tiny some of these letters are. They're truly like tiny little letters. I don't know how the French post office doesn't lose those. I don't know. But anyway, we tucked in like a bunch of stuff. There's a postcard back there, more letters and ephemera, another postcard. So we did these. There is 30 of them. You can see they're actual little bundles, just like what we find in France. A lot of times we find them and they're kind of tied up just like this with some hemp cord. So you can see the thickness of them. Definitely not just letters. There they are. And all of them have nice things in them. I made them myself and made sure that everyone was going to get something that hopefully you squeal when you find it. There were several things that I was like, oh, I could keep these, but let's just share them. It'll make them happy. So that's what we did with those. There was some advertising trade cards I tucked in there, French advertising trade cards. Like you can see some of those guys are getting chunky, right? And you know, there's 30. We have some letters that have the black border. We have beautiful calligraphy. I didn't pull anything out of this bin. I just left you guys have it all. So whatever it was, is what we put in there. I don't know. There's all kinds of little tickets and stuff tucked in there. All kinds of letters. There's some that are a little bit more, you know, used, whatever, but it's the old letter in there. So anyway, there's 30 of those. I think you guys are going to like them. And if you do like them, I probably will not be able to make more. So I tried very hard to clear out this bin because, you know, I'm going to have to move eventually. One way or another, whether I get the house I've already chose to buy or I get a different one, I am going to have to move. I'm hoping it all works out. Fingers crossed. But there's at least two with little booklets. I don't know if I can kind of like peek in there, but you guys can see there's a pile of stuff in there. All right, so we're going to do them. There's 30 in total. I pretty much gave you an overview of them. We have a little hole right there, so I'm going to put one there. So we can have a beautiful picture for Facebook or Instagram or whatever we're putting this picture on. We're snapping a picture. There we go. That's what we have. Okie doke. I don't think that they could, because this one slides out of here, so I'm going to borrow it for just a minute. But this little letter, I mean, it's a super cute little guy. It's about 3 1/4 by about 2 1/2. And what it has in it is like a little business card with a note written on it. And that's what's in there. Or some kind of little card. I mean, it looks like a business card with someone's name on it. And it says it's dated 1952. So there's that one. I tried to give everyone a small, like they're not all that small, but I tried to give everyone a small one on top. And then the rest of the envelopes are various sizes, really too. But let's do it. Minimum 5 letters plus a bunch of other ephemera. There are 30 available, 1 per person as we go through the list. If there's extra left over at the end, I will come up and grab anybody who claimed more than one. So you can claim 5 or 10 or whatever. And as we go through the list, I'll give everybody one. If there's any left over, I will go back through the same original list and I will fill in. I don't think there's going to be any left, but I'm just saying. Always put in for the max number that you want, and I will fill it as best as I can, and I'll try to let you guys know in advance if I'm sharing. I am going to do 1 per person the first go round through that. Okay, so these are French letter ephemera bundles because it's really a bunch of ephemera in there. We had some that were similar. So we had some that were similar a while back, and these ones are pretty chunky. We're going to do these at, that gets really hard, doesn't it? We're going to do them, I'm going to do them at 45. I'm going to do them at 45 per bundle. There they go. If you guys would like a bundle or multiple bundles or whatever the case may be, then just let me know. I am going to be putting these on the spreadsheet tonight, so you guys will hear me typing and creating that spreadsheet as we go. There we go. And the very first person I have for the letter bundles is Anne A. There's Anne. Thank you. Then I have Francine. Francine K. Thank you. And Alice W. Thank you, Alice. After Alice is Linda A. And then we have Tammy D. Peggy H. There's a lot that's scannable in those too. Peggy H. And after Peggy, we've got Sarah T. And Brandy S. And then Eva. Eva C. Diana B. And then we have Sabrina. Sabrina TH. And she's asking for 3 if we have them. Then we have Karen L. Same thing. And then we've got Catherine. Catherine would like 2 if we've got them. Norma. Norma. And it's J-A. Why can I not remember your name, Norma? I think it's J-A-S, right? I think it's J-A-S. Norma. They're going to be random, but I appreciate it. When I sell things here on this channel, it's always random unless you guys are claiming like an A or a B or a C choice or something like that. The reason why is because we cannot possibly keep everyone's individual selection straight throughout the hundreds of items that we sell, thousands of items we sell in a 2-week period to 150, 200 buyers, sometimes more than that. It depends on how busy. But across thousands of items, it's impossible to keep it all straight. So when I do things like this, it's random. Most of you guys know that. She may have just been putting it in just in case, but I'm saying, unfortunately, they do got to be random. So after Norma, we had Lynn R. Then I had Randy R. Anne is just making sure, I am assuming that you're just putting in just to make sure. Then I've got Deborah MER, and I see the multiples. Then there is Never Enough, which is, I don't know if that's Francine. Karen J. Karen J's on the list. Then, just trying to make sure I've got them all. Susan B. Susan BEC. Thank you guys. Norma JAS. Perfect. And then I think we're good. I think the list is complete. Let me total these up and see if we can fill in some of those multiples. So there we go. Looks like we have some left. Anybody that wants one that hasn't already been called, or if you didn't hear your name, tell me now so I can add it now. If you didn't call one yet, now's your last chance. If you didn't hear your name, type it in all caps, didn't hear my name, and I'll make sure that I've got you before we move on. Okay, I see Karen, MOR. There's Karen. And after Karen, I see Lena. There's Lena. And Mickey. I did not call you Mickey. Mickey, you might want to claim with the word me because it seems like it picks on you an awful lot. So Mickey, if you just claim tonight by saying me, that might help. I didn't see you through streaming software. Let's see. Linda A, I did get you. Yep, you're on the list. Okay, so here we go. We're going to fill multiples now. We're going to fill multiples. That means we've got, okay, I've got 8 remaining. Going back through there. From the top, Mickey, you're on the list now. From the top, the first person who asked for a multiple was Sabrina. And she wanted 3, so we're going to give Sabrina the 3. All right, that means I've got 6 remaining. That means after that is Karen L for 3. So there's 3 for Karen. That brings us to that. Then there's 2 for Catherine. That brings us to that. I have 3 left after Catherine, and that was 2 to Norma. So that means 2 left. After Norma, it's Deborah MER who wanted a second. That's that. I got 1 left after Deborah. Looks like I might have 1 left. Looks like I might have 1. Going through the bottom of the list here. Okay, 1 left. If anybody wants, I'll add this list up one more time and we're moving on. There we go. Yep, 1 remain. Okay, thank you for the letter bundles. I know you guys are going to like them because they got special little things tucked in them. Thank you very much. They were fun to make, and it's always fun to clear out most of a bin. There's always some leftover bits and things like that. We're going to have to make some special bundles. Before too long, we're going to do like a name your own price bundle. And you guys can, within some parameters, you guys can name your own price. And I will do bundles of miscellaneous kinds of materials. We've got ledger pages and some envelopes and letters and invoices and checks and all kinds of things. And they just came randomly. They didn't come with like a big set of invoices or something like that. So we need to make some random ephemera bundles, packages, I guess. We'll do that shortly. Thank you for the letters. All right, moving on. We are going to do, we're going to do those checks and those invoices. I see Mickey 1 more. I see Mickey 1 more, and I also see Sabrina claim, and we're going to give Mickey the second, which means those letter bundles are sold out. Thank you all very much. I appreciate it. It's always nice to have 0 orphans left over. All right. Awesome. Moving on. Let's look at some invoice bundles. Let's look at some invoice bundles. Guess what's happening on Thursday this week, guys? You know how we do unclaimed order night, right? You know how sometimes we have some unclaimed orders? Well, in truth, I don't have any unclaimed orders, but I'm going to build you guys packages that look kind of like unclaimed orders, and we're going to do them at discounted rates. And so on Thursday, we're going to have Paper Pack Mania, where there is a million different ephemera packs and paper packs and ledger page packs and document packs and all of those things. And we're going to build some bundles and do those at discounted prices as well. So Thursday's going to be fun. And apparently we're going to have piano rolls on Thursday because I forgot to bring them tonight. So we'll also have some fabric, and this is important, we will also have some layering lace bundles on Thursday, some slow stitch bundles on Thursday, some French laundry ribbon on Thursday. So that's Thursday. All right, moving on to invoices. Sabrina did. She got 3 or 4 of them. I think she got 3. Yep, Sabrina got 3. All right, so invoice, or this is a check. That's why I couldn't find it. Invoices. These are French invoices. The light is super bright, so they're looking a little washed out. Let me adjust just a tiny bit. I want you guys to see the color of the paper too. So let me just jump it to like there to where we can see a little less wash. Yes, a little less washing out, right? So invoices, you have a company header usually up here. Sometimes you only have it up here on the upper left side, but normally you have a company header, and then you either have a section down here where they've handwritten an order, or you have a section like this where you've got the little columns and totals. Sometimes on the back you have more invoice on the back. Let me see if I can find one. Sometimes on the back, I say that, and then there's like a 0, like right here. Sometimes you have invoice on the back, but mostly, apparently you don't. So we're going to open these packs up and we're going to look at them. But see, this is one where they hand wrote the order onto the company letterhead. Basically, it's kind of like what we have or had in the 90s and early 2000s, company letterhead. Mostly we don't have letters anymore. Mostly we don't have invoices anymore. Mostly you get like electronic emails. Your bills are all paperless now, so for the most part. So if you think about it, we really don't have this type of material any longer. There are some blue ones, as you guys are seeing. So I think it's interesting. Most of these are dated early 1900s. There's some that are like 1910. There's some 1911. This one is, I don't know when, but there's some 1800s, late 1800s, early part of 1900 in there. I mean, there's really pretty. So let's just open. There's 30 packs made. We do have more invoices, but it takes time to pack them. And we're a little bit picky. Like, we don't want to give you ones that are like a large tear or something like that. And I want to give you ones that you can scan and that will scan beautifully. And so I try really hard to choose nice. We can't give you a whole pack of nice graphics because there just, in truth, isn't that many. There are 4 invoices in here. If it has a tax stamp on it, you get a tax stamp. This pack has 2 with tax stamps and 2 that are a little more plain on the invoicey side. These 2 have really nice typography on them, and they have really nice tax stamps. But there isn't hundreds of these, this fancy kind available. And in truth, an invoice like this is usually, $25, $30. because in America we call them billheads. It's kind of the same thing. They're very collectible, and ones with fancy graphics people want. They want to scan them. Graphic designers want to scan them. This one was like an antique store invoice, basically. Says modern art, antiquities, objects of art. So this was a nice one if you want to scan. There was this one with lovely typography too, and just a little different look, but I love this stamp down here at the bottom. Super fancy. You've got this lovely oval stamp here. They're super nice. All of the company's information listed over there. You do have one in here that has a very early form of typewriter. It's 1932. Lovely. And it's just a different look. You might want to use this one in a Tim Holtz journal or something like that. Just a different look. Not every pack has one of those. And then not every pack has one of these either. This one is actually a very beautiful graph paper. I think you guys can see the graph paper in the back. Very beautiful graph paper. Perfect calligraphy handwriting. I mean, it's super nice. Dated 1906. So we have 1906, we have 1932, we have 1894, and we have 1912, I think that says, 1912. So there's that pack. Let's look at one more pack. I like you guys to see more than one because I believe it's showing you the honest packs. And if we look at one and it has something really super special and nice in it, I want to show you another one just so that you get an accurate description of what the pack is. This one has the invoice on the back. Some of you guys asked me for the same exact wine invoice that I had last night in my craft class. There are some of those in these packs. I don't know where or which ones, but there are some of those wine invoices in here. And so here's another pack. This one is dated 1927 right here. And I love the ones where you can see like they like to depict the actual factory where these products were made. And so I love those little pictures that they've inset into the invoice. Beautiful invoice, lots of detail on that guy. He's got invoice on the back. This one right here, this is more it's not really an invoice. It's actually more of an official form. And you can see where it's torn out of like a receipt book or a stock book or something like that. And it's just a little different, something different to scan. It's got back printing, front printing. I'm looking for the date. 1903 down there. Then we've got this one right here. This was it says automobile, like, so maybe it was a mechanic or something like that. Talks about tariffs for publications. And this one is dated, who knows? I don't have a date on that one unless it's just hiding from me. No date on that guy. And then we've got this one here, and this one is dated 1916 and has a tax stamp. This one looks like maybe it was like an electrician and a plumber, maybe. Don't know. Says a lot of different things. So there's that one. So it is a 4-pack. You are guaranteed to get one fancy, and you'll have another one with nice typography, and then you'll have 2 that are in the mid-range. This is kind of an outlier. I would really like to swap this one out. I didn't make these packs, so I'm going to swap this one out because it is so very different. I didn't make them, but let me see if I can swap this one quick. And if I can't right now on camera, then I will find something. I don't know where the little invoices that I had yesterday went. I will find one and swap this one out. There's nothing wrong with it, but it doesn't really go with the rest of them. So I'm going to swap it out. I'll put this one to the side. But we're doing 4. Again, I would much rather be truthful with you guys. To me, I would rather have another invoice than that form. So I'm going to swap that out. That form also has a different value, a lower value. So I'm going to swap it out and give you guys a different kind of invoice. But for instance, if we look at a different section, because when we make these, we usually like lay them out on the table into piles. And sometimes if there's like 4 or 5 of the same invoice, it'll go into 4 or 5 piles that are right next to each other. Let's see what's in this one just for my own peace of mind as well. So this was a very pretty invoice. You've got the company name and it's showing you that it's has different locations. Beautiful, beautiful typography. 1928 is the date on that one. And this one has an invoice on the back. You have a smaller one here. Lovely little small ones. I really do like the small ones. This one has that same form. So what I'm going to have to do is go through these because I do have help, as you guys know. And my help doesn't know that this is not an invoice. I'd rather this happen live with you guys and be truthful. They don't know that this is not an invoice. So I'm going to go through these packs. I will make sure that there are 4 invoices. It's an invoice of sorts, but it's not exactly what I want you guys to have in this pack. So let me just swap those out. I'll give you 4 invoices. I'm going to need to go back through these invoice packs myself. My help, they're very, very helpful. But they don't exactly know. They don't have the same eye that I have, right? And so they don't know that that's not technically the same type of piece of information. Like it's not the same kind of, you know, we're looking for this. We're not looking for that. So while that was a boo-boo and while it happened live, at least I found 2 packs with them so that I know I need to go through every pack. I'd rather it happen and be honest. So let's just move forward with that. We're going to do 4 invoices. They will actually be invoices per pack. We have 30 packs available. You have my personal guarantee that I, myself, will go through the packs and I will make sure that there are invoices in the packs. And not a different kind of a form. So I have those 2 off to the side. I'll go through the rest because I can see there's one right there. So I can see that they found a pile of something that looked the same and they spread it across the packs of invoices. So I'd rather go through and pull those ones out and use those for something else. I'm so sorry. Anyway, I'll make sure you guys have 4 invoices in there. You guys can giggle along with me, or you can, you know, you can understand they did their best, but they didn't know that wasn't an invoice. So here we go. Let's do it. We're going to do a 4-pack of French invoices. These are antique invoices. I will say antique to like, I think the earliest is like the latest is like 1930s. So nearly antique. Antique to 1930s. Let's do these 4-pack. I think for these we're going to do them. I'm going to do the lower price because we have had the issue. So we're going to do them at 22 instead of 28. I will go through and make sure each one has 4, but there are only 30 packs available. Let's do it. Let's move on. You know, it's just a learning curve. It's my fault. They shouldn't have access to those forms if they're making invoices. They must have found a pile of them and just, you know, put them across the pack. So my fault, but it is a teaching moment where we can have that discussion and we can fix it. And so in the future, they will make you more consistent packs of things. And if you ever, because I'm not the one who always makes everything, if you ever get something and you are like, hey, this is definitely not what it was supposed to be, all you need to do is send me a text message. And those of you who have had like a little mail mishap or something got bent or squished or whatever, you guys know I take care of you. So let me do the spreadsheet for those. Hey, it happens. It's life. The ones I saw looked beautiful. Let's do it. All right, here we go. These invoices, I'm looking for the go. It's up there somewhere. There we go. Invoices. Pack 4. I'm going to make an asterisk so that I go through them. Dana Q is the first person for these. Dana Q would like 1 pack. Thank you, Dana. And then after Dana, we've got Catherine. Thank you, guys. Thank you for your support and understanding on that. Catherine for 2. Esther A. Esther AGU would like a pack. Cheryl EME would like a pack. And then after Cheryl is Jerry. Jerry L. Then we've got Margaret L. Thank you. Linda A. And Diana B. There's Diana. And Sabrina. There's Sabrina. Sabrina would like 3 packs. Thanks, Sabrina. Then we've got Brandy S. And Paula DRO. Then we have Kim GOL. Hello and welcome. Kim is new, guys. Kim is brand spanking new as far as I'm aware. I just saw her registration earlier today. So hello and welcome, Kim. And hello and welcome all of the new people who are watching. You are free to participate in chat, whether you're shopping or you're not. You can just say hello in chat and everyone here is kind. They will welcome you. I will as well, as long as I see your name come across the screen. Okay, so next, Rhonda BAU. Then we have Randy R. After Randy, we've got Karen S. Then we've got Jody MAR. Thank you. Karen L. There's Karen. And after Karen, I have Sarah T. And we've got Francine. There's Francine and Allison R. There's Allison. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. After Allison, I've got Carol V. After Carol, Beth is next. After Beth is Rose D. Rose DEI, right? Yes, DEI. And then, I say it and then I type it wrong. There's Rose D. Perfect. And after Rose, we have Linda EME, and I think we're becoming close to running out here. Peggy H. Susan is also newer. I don't know if this is her first time. I don't think it is, but she's newer. Hello and welcome back, Susan. Catherine would like one. I'm just going to keep going. There's Catherine. There's Karen JOR. Thank you. Bev MEE. Thank you. And Deborah MER. Now, I think I've got everybody's request in there. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. Is Rhonda Lee in here? Hello, Rhonda Lee. Alice W. Alice W is there. I've heard the name before, Rhonda Lee. I can't remember. I don't know if you're registered or if you're planning on shopping, but I can't remember if you've texted me your information, Rhonda Lee, or not. But hello. There's Alice W. Beverly. I think. Catherine, did I put you on the list twice? I did put you on the list twice. Let me get rid of the duplicate for Catherine. There we go. Then Angie D would like added. Let's get Angie on the list. There's Angie D. DAU. Perfect. I'm almost to the bottom. We're getting there. If you did not hear your name, please tell me now in all caps that you did not hear your name. And I will make sure that you get a pack. I'm already going to have to go back through them. So we're going to make however many I guess we need to make at this point. All right. So there we go. In truth, guys, it is impossible to do a live sale that is this large with this many people and this many items and this many orders without help. So again, thank you guys for allowing me to do that. And I will take care of these and make sure that we've got 4 invoices per pack. All right, it looks like we're good. We're ready to move on. Your first invoice today? Okay, perfect. Invoicing was a little bit delayed this time around. Some of you are still being invoiced as we speak. My daughter does invoicing for me. And you guys know that she had to go to the emergency room for that, the tongue swelling, the allergic reaction, anaphylactic. She had to have EpiPen, and so she was running a little, plus she's pregnant, so she ran a little bit behind on the invoicing. So if you haven't received last week's invoice, just know they're still ongoing. They should be done today or tomorrow at the latest. And of course, you know, if we're late, on invoicing, it doesn't hold you up. We're already packing and shipping. As soon as your payment is received, your package will leave. I believe we're going to start doing shipping labels tomorrow for the last 2 weeks. So you guys should get tracking numbers emailed to you. Thank you guys. Appreciate it. All right, moving on. Let's look at some of these documents. We did some paper packs. Let's look at some documents. So the first document bundle I have are these. And in truth, there's a different number of pages in all of these. Like you can see some are thicker, some are thinner. I chose these and put these in this category for a specific reason. Most of the time when you see me sell these kind of documents, you'll see me sell ones with handwritten documents inside. So these are lovely condition folders. They are folded in the center right there. Perfect for scanning though. I mean, you can scan that and then you can change this. If you want a pink one in Photoshop, you can change it to pink. There's a lot of other software programs that you could also change it to pink, but you can lift the black off of the background and put it onto any other color background you wish to put it on. Very simple to change colors of items, of documents in any type of software really. But these are nice clean examples for the most part. They're string bound. This one is like a 3-hole pamphlet stitch, the same way that we sew in a journal. They've just done really large stitches there. But these ones are typed. And so the typed ones, they're a little bit later, right? Usually we have handwritten ones in here. But the typed ones are equally beautiful. They're also on very special paper. You guys know I'm a paper snob, so the very special paper has watermarks in it, and I will get the flashlight here in just a minute and show you that. But the paper's thick, sturdy, like thick ledger paper, kind of sturdy. You have the court seal stamps on them. These ones, most of them will have a little stamped number off to the side. You've got some notes or signatures throughout. And so you can still, even though it's typed, if this was a page in a junk journal, it's still very beautiful. It's not handwritten, but who cares? You could add in another handwritten document if you really wanted to add handwriting. But these bundles have a bunch of paper in them. There's where it's sewn in. So they all have different number of sheets, but back here's the back. You've got the court fees, basically, the notary signature and stamps. This one seems to be dated 1933. So from 1933, I don't know what the date says out here, 1932. So there we go. Beautiful covers. I'm going to flip through and show you. This one is a thinner one, but they're all going to look very similar. I'll show you the paper with the flashlight here in just a minute. But we have some light green ones. We've got beautiful covers, some handwritten covers as opposed to printing. And the handwritten ones are a little earlier. Got that one from 26. This is also 1926. This one, some of them have covers that look like this. They're wide covers. So instead of having it all be on one side, you've got wide. There's just a couple of these ones, just a little different. There's this one here. There's a pink one that's handwritten. So there's that stack that we just looked through. And then you've got a couple here. This one is a really thick one. Lots and lots of documents in that. And there's the rest of them. And let's look at one with a flashlight. This is one that's, again, it's the larger style document, right? Just a little bit different, but what we're getting here is paper. If you get a beautiful cover that you like and you want to scan and you want to do some altering or turn it into a digital, more power to you. You could just take this right here. The cover of this is cardstock. It's sturdy. You could make this a tall, skinny junk journal. You don't even need to scan it. You could just take the papers that are in here and either take them out or leave them in and make it a junk journal. But honestly, that's about the right size. A little bit longer, but about the right size for a tall, skinny journal. Maybe you cut off the bottom and have tall, skinny, but it's up to you. Let's just look at the paper on one of them. Let me grab the flashlight. Let me grab the flashlight and get that on there. And then let's look at one of the newer. This is from 56. So I want to see if the 56 paper has a watermark. Let's find out together. The 56 paper does have a watermark. Sorry, I don't want to blind you. I do want you to see the watermark. The watermark just wants to keep closing. The watermark is really close to that vintage tape. And what the watermark is it's actually, oh my gosh, this is really a hard one. Can you see it there? Like if I move it, the watermark is a company name. And so when you have the regular paper like this, it's nearly impossible for me to show you. Can you see it just kind of fleck there? I don't know. Maybe you won't see that one, but there is a watermark right there. It's a big scripty company name up next to that vintage tape. If you are coffee dyeing these documents, the documents, if you coffee dye them, they will come out and you'll be able to see that watermark really clearly. And so I'm going to actually turn the flashlight down so that it is not so bright, but we still have some flashlight. And we're going to try it that way. That way you guys aren't blinded. I don't know if you guys will see it. You can see it there. So when you coffee dye them, you'll have that watermark that will be really visible in the paper. The watermark basically acts as a see-through point, kind of like a vellum or something like that. And then you'll have the coffee dyed paper, which will be very dark, and it'll be around that watermark. So that's that watermark. And that's the latest one I saw in here was the 56. And so from 56, and it's a big document with a lot of pages. Lots and lots, court stamps on there. You've got numbers in there. But I wanted to show you the 56 because it's like the latest one, right? The most recent one. It's a case from 1879. But let's look at a different one, maybe the 20s or something. Let's try this one. So this one, I know there's a watermark in this paper. Let's see it. There we go. I don't know if you guys will see that watermark, but there it is. You guys can't see anything. Okay, so today is not a good flashlight watermark, but there's a watermark right in this area. Again, it's a long scripty company name, and you guys will see that better when you coffee dye these documents. All right, so flashlight is, flashlight not working today. But trust me, there's watermarks in the documents. The documents are lovely paper, and we get them in a folder. Now, these are not going to break the bank because they're not the beautiful handwritten documents inside, but they're still fun. And so I know, right? It's been a night of trusting me. We're going to do these documents. These are, I'm just going to call them vintage. They're basically, like we saw, most of them were 20s before. There were some in the 30s. That one I saw in the 50s. But mostly antique French documents. We're going to call them French string bound documents in covers. These guys, instead of being like $40 if it was a handwritten, beautiful calligraphy French one, we're going to do these at $20. Okay, so at 20, that just went in now. You still get the court stamps, even in the 20s, and there were some 10s. There's a 1940s one. Even in the 40s, you're going to get court stamps. They're going to look like French documents. They're going to be on beautiful paper. They're going to have signatures in the back. This one was a little document, only had 2 pages and a cover. There's fat ones and there's skinny ones. This one right there. And this one has super, super thick paper. And I know this one has a watermark in the center of it right here. I don't know if you guys will see. See right here, there's an oval with a laurel wreath. You can see it without the flashlight. There's the watermark right there. And these are signatures. So they're a large sheet of paper that's sewn in the center. Different options for making ephemera, but there's the documents. Oh my goodness, this is kind of a rough start. Thank you guys for your patience with me all the time. I appreciate that. Helen, the letter packs have all sold out. Okay, so here we go. These guys, they are alrighty. There we go. First person in. Let me go up here to the top. Sabrina S. No, Sabrina T. And she wants 3 of them. All right. There's Sabrina for 3. Thank you very much, Sabrina. Appreciate that. And after Sabrina, I see Francine. There's Francine for 1. Rhonda B for 1. Mickey for 2. There's Mickey for 2. And Linda A for 1. There's Linda for 1. Catherine for 1. All right, after that, we've got Susan. Susan BEC for 1. Then we've got Francine would like 2, so switch Francine to 2. And Francine, can you type in Fran? Instead of the word me, can you type in Fran? And the reason why is your name is not your handle. And I want to make sure that if we ever have a question and have to rewatch, that we know exactly who Never Enough is. So when you claim, type in me, FRAN, or FRAN by itself. That way I know for sure that you are Francine, and anyone else who rewatches to help me if there's a question will also know that. So there's Francine. She's got 2 now. Thank you, Francine. Then we've got Rose D. There's Rose. Then we've got Lena. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate that. Karen S is in there. There's Karen. And Mickey. There's Mickey with her me and apostrophe. It's working tonight with the apostrophe, I think. Helen, are you claiming the document, the document on the table? Helen MCC, I think, is claiming. I think. Okay, so we still have some of these documents available. If anybody would like one, there are still some available. If you didn't hear your name get called for the document, now's the time to put it in all caps and let me know that you didn't hear your name. Yeah, still some left, at least 10 left on the documents. Okay. Mickey. I do have you on the list twice. Okay, we fixed Mickey. She's only on there once now. And we're going to put Mary MCD on the list. There's Mary. Thank you, Mary. Sabrina's going to up hers to 4. There's 4 for Sabrina. Thank you guys very much. Okay, so Helen, she says yes. Perfect. Thank you, Helen. Moving on from these documents. So we just looked at, these are like the most recent documents I have. I might have something in the 50s, like in quantity, but usually what comes is considerably older. Usually we're looking at stuff that looks like this. And so it might look like a hot mess to you. Trust me, it's not a hot mess. It's from 1700s. If it has a little bit of, watermark on it from 1700s, I think we can accept that, being that it's 300 and something years old, right? So there's that. Let's look at these documents for a moment. There's some different things in here, and we're going to do these documents. Kate, would you see my post above before this item? Rose, type it in again for me in all caps. If you want me to read it, just type it in again in all caps and I'll read it. So these are different kinds of documents. We've got some from the 1700s. Usually a 1700s document is about a 7 by 10 size. Let me move these over here so we get more screen. Usually the 1700s documents are about 7 by 10 in size. Usually they're a 2-page document. Some are larger, but usually they're a 2-page document, kind of like this, where you have a stamp on the front page, and then you have writing inside, and then you'll probably have writing or signatures on the back. Sometimes the back is blank. But 1700s documents, this is kind of a good example of that. You'll notice that on the page edges, they're all that handmade paper in 1700. It's got a really nice tooth to it. Today, it feels similar to like a very toothy, great watercolor paper or something like that, because, you know, watercolor paper oftentimes, unless it's super smooth, watercolor paper has some tooth and some texture to it. So that's kind of similar in feel, but that natural decal edge, you'll see it on the edges where, you know, none of the paper has a square, perfectly straight edge in 1700s, not unless they've cut it, later, but normally they're all this natural decal, this all yumminess that we love, right? Tim Holtz had to make a cutter so that we could replicate a similar decal edge. But anyway, there's some 1700 document examples. These are also 1700s, but these are bigger. They have many more pages in them. Some of them are big fat booklets all bound together. So there's some different 1700s ones. I'm looking for Rose's post. I don't see Rose's post. Rose, I'm not sure that it's coming over for me. You might be saying something that is not allowed or something is blocking it. If you need to text me, Rose, you can text me, but your comment is not coming through. I don't see a comment from Rose. I see you asking me to read it, but I don't see a comment for me to read, Rose. Okay, so moving on to larger ones. There's just a grungy larger one we're going to do tonight. There is a robin's egg blue one that we're going to do tonight. This one, robin's egg blue. The light is super up right now, but it's robin's egg blue. We've got a super early one. This one is probably from the 1600s. Super early handwriting, very medieval. And then we get to some documents that are later. These are 1800s documents. Both of these are 1800s. This is the later half of the 1800s. This is the first half of the 1800s. The first thing that you'll notice is when we were talking about 1700s documents, the 1700s documents are smaller, right? This is like a 7 by 10. This is like an A4 size. So they get smaller. The older documents are smaller. The larger documents are newer. And also, this is ink spilled right here, by the way. The newer ones, the 1800s, you'll notice the stamps and seals are very different. In the 1700s, we have, you know, a different kind of stamps and seal system. So a little bit different there. And then also you'll start seeing them where they're tied with ribbon or some fancier silk thread or something like that. But these are 1800s documents. We have a bunch of those, and there's some with many pages and there's some with a few pages. I'm just going over some of the basics. There's some robin's egg blue ones in here that are really, really large. Lots of pages in those. And so there's the first couple of those. And then we get to these. And these are massive. They have a ton of pages in them. And so this is like one large 1800s document. It's during Napoleon's reign. And it has a ton of beautiful calligraphy, French calligraphy papers in there. I sent a text and email for items in last after I watched it back. I have not heard back. On Thursday's sale, there were no add-ons after the sale. I talked about it several times on Thursday. That last sale before we ship, you can't add on after the sale ends. So we sell 4 times, right? We sell Tuesday, we sell Thursday, we sell Tuesday, we sell Thursday. That last Thursday before we ship, you can't add on. You have to be present to buy. Once the live ends, you can't text me to add items to that invoice for that ship cycle. The reason being is that sale ends Thursday night at roughly, 9:30 p.m. The invoices, the spreadsheet is sent for invoicing on Saturday morning, if not on Friday night, and then processing begins. So on Saturday morning, we sort all of Thursday's things into your bins and we begin shipping. On that last final Thursday before ship, from now for forever, you will not be able to add on after the fact for that ship cycle. I can add those items for you for the next ship cycle, like the current one we're in now. But I just want you guys to understand, if on that last final Thursday, people add things, we have to wait before we send the spreadsheet for processing into invoices. We have to wait before we start sorting and packing people's orders. And what you end up doing is you end up holding up the whole entire group from having their items packed and shipped or getting their invoices. And so instead of holding the whole group and I'm not trying to be mean about it, but instead of holding the whole group's items for a couple of add-ons, you can add those things, but to the next ship cycle, because we're processing. I mean, the sale ends Thursday at 10 and Monday, Tuesday, you guys are packed. So it's very fast processing. Once you guys want your stuff in and we're shipping it to you, we want you to get it fast. And so, Rose, I can add those things for you, but I can't add them to the one that we've already shipped, basically. Your stuff is already packed and there isn't a way to add to that, but you're shopping again this cycle anyway. So we can add those things to the current invoice for this week, and then they'll come in the next cycle. Basically, it's just making you wait a little longer. But it's to be able to process that stuff quickly and get everybody their stuff as fast as we can. Sorry for the long answer, but that's what it is. And I did talk about it a couple of times during that live sale. If you were rewatching, because you said you watched later, if you rewatch and you fast forward and you don't listen to what's being said or whatever, you're going to miss important information. And it doesn't upset me or whatever, but I'm just saying, there are things that I talk about in the beginning of the live sale that are important. So if you do watch me on fast forward, at least listen to that first 10-15 minutes, get the information that's important, and then you can fast forward and mute me and not hear me anymore. Okay. Anyway, this is a large 1800s document. There's several massive ones of those. With many, many pages. This one's a light robin's egg blue and an older one. And then there's this guy here, which is the largest. And he has beautiful, beautiful handwritten French pages. And he's got tons of them. Like, look at the fancy little headers in there. So anyway, we're going to do some documents. I am going to start off with these super fat ones on the top. We're starting in 1800 and I'm going to do super fat ones. We will not do these for all night because I have a million other things to show you guys tonight, but we're going to do some and we'll see how far we get. Thank you, Rose. Sorry. Trust me, I would like to do the add-ons too, because oftentimes you guys are picking up like little orphans and things like that, but it's just a processing timing thing. Okay, so I tried to bring down the lighting so you guys can see better. So this is one bound, like it's bound with string. It's all together. One document. It is like an A4-ish size. It's larger. We've got 7, I'm going to say 7.25 by 12.25. So, nearing A4. I don't know how many pages because there is a ton of pages in here. And you have this document and then you have this document. So 2 big fat documents full of writing. Anytime that there's crumpled corners like that, the pages don't really want to open. You can open them at home, but if you quickly rip through them, of course, you'll tear your paper. But look at the handwriting. Beautiful handwriting. And so this is the larger document here with tons of handwriting. And the calligraphy is very nice. It's the kind that we all like, right? This is a more bolder page and you guys can see. Like, it's fabulous. So you get that big one. And then the second document bound back here Looks like it has some kind of diagrams, some information, some fancy penmanship up here. I mean, this guy, he has many, many pages. We're just going to quickly flip through. We won't see everything, so you guys will have some surprises, but lovely, lovely paper. It's thick and toothy, and you have a lot of writing. Is there like a drawing back here? What am I seeing through there? No? Just beautiful penmanship. Oh, there we go. Some brackets with some information. Lots of what looks like signatures. Saying notices. It is a legal document. Maybe a patent or a case about intellectual property, not sure. But there's a lot of papers in here. There's an ink smudge where they've tried to cross something out maybe, or maybe just the ink spilled. There's still some diagrams, some technical information. Very, very large booklet of documents. You've got some fancy penmanship back here. I don't have a date. There is some nice information written in pencil. I can't make it out, but there isn't a date on that one. The date here is July. It looks like of maybe 1840 right there. I can't quite make it out. 1840, 1860. I can't make it out, but it's a big one. And that's where we're going to start tonight with documents. So we'll do some big ones. We'll do some small ones. That way, you know, there's something in everybody's price point. Let's do it. Okay. This is Antique French document. Bound document. All right. Don't know the page count, but a lot. This is probably the fattest one tonight. Let's do this guy for, I mean, seriously. Imagine the paper packs. Imagine the journals. All right, I'm going to do him for $220. $220. So if, and I probably wouldn't, but you know, I think the price range per page is easily $10 to $20 per page. It's a beautiful, beautiful book. Lovely, lovely handwriting. I think it's really stunning. So we are going to put that one, a tag on that one. It looks like Sabrina T is claiming that one. Sabrina, thank you. There's Sabrina T for this large document. Okay, moving on. We've got another large one. A little bit different this time. Thanks, Sabrina. I get it. I do. I have a big shopping day tomorrow in France. They've had some large flea markets over the weekend, and I've got a big shopping day tomorrow early in the morning and I will have a budget also. And as much as I want all the things, I have to pick and choose what we can have. I try to balance it where I try to get some really exceptional pieces and then some pieces that are within my budget. So I get some pieces that are out of my budget because they're really exceptional and I can't pass on them because I'll never find them again. And then I get some pieces that, you know, are in our budget. So that's how I balance it. There is some really old fragments, basically, of some silk ribbon that they bound this document with. It's like a green color. This guy's early 1800s. He's got the double court stamps, some information written over here in the margin. Large document. At one point it was folded. It was folded like this. And usually there's a date back here. 1822 is one of the dates on this. And 1822 does correspond to these kind of stamps and this paper. So 1822, we're going to go with it. We've got, this is an A4 size document. Let's get us some sewing items. I sure am going to try. I'm bringing you some on Thursday, but I'm sure going to try. Sewing items are always on my buy list. So we've got beautiful, beautiful calligraphy. Stunning. French document. This is everything that everyone wants when they want French documents. It's the good quality paper. There is a watermark. I will not fight with the camera to show you. That didn't go very well today. But lovely thick paper. And there's a lot of them. And these are folios. Every time you see the stamps, that's the front page of the folio. And then in the back, if we look in the middle of one of these, so this is where it's bound with that green silk ribbon. You're going to have, this is one sheet of paper. This is all one sheet. Just like we fold our paper to sew into a signature, so do they. And you're going to have your stamps on the front part of the document. And then the second page will not have stamps because it's the same document that's bound together. And so if you wanted to separate out these big documents, you would end up with a lot of 2-page documents with stamps on them. If you are into reselling and Etsy and all those kinds of things, you guys know that you cannot sell to each other in my group, in live, all that kind of stuff, but you are welcome to sell on your own Etsy to your own customer base and that kind of thing. I do ask that you guys don't sell things to people who are here. I ask that you guys sell them in your own Etsy's, on your own, platforms, etc. I did see one paper that was torn there. There is a whole, so this is the first document. That's the first document. There's a whole nother document bound back here. Very similar to the first, that large toothy paper. You've got deeply embossed seals and stamps on these. And then there's that one, an espresso and a croissant. No, on the croissants, I don't love them, but the espresso, absolutely. I'm all for the coffee, not the croissant. Then there's a third document back here in the back. It is a smaller document, but basically that's the end. There's your signature page. There's the signatures. You've got the fancy French with the 3 fleur-de-lis stamp, some little court fees, notes, etc. So it's a really large one. And this one is a light robin's egg blue color. Here is the cream color one. So you got cream and light blue. So this one is the light blue. This one is the cream color. You can tell the creaminess versus the light blue. It is a really light blue. I'm not going to say it's robin's blue, but it's a light blue, lighter blue paper. It's A4. Let's do it. It has lots and lots of pages, lots of 2-page stamped documents if you guys are into doing that. And let's get this in there. So this is a large French antique bound document. I will copy it this time. Document. This guy here, he is a very expensive document. I'm going to do him for $260, and I will explain, I will reason with you guys. $260. Each one of the 2-page documents, each one of them, and there's a lot in here. Each one is a minimum $28 in Etsy. So, you saw that there's a lot of pages that are that 2-page document. You're going to have lots of profit if you're breaking this apart and selling it into Etsy. And I can take this guy apart and make packs with him too, or ephemera packs, etc. So basically, you're not paying the $28. You're getting that much cheaper so that you guys can use them in journals or whatever you want. But there's all that for the first one. And then you have a whole nother document right there that has a bunch more. Right. Oh my gosh, I can't even count them. In the small document, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have 8 in just the small document. So that's 8 times 28, right? And then in the other one back here, you've got one more. We'll just count that as 1, even though that's a signature. So that's 9. And then you have all these ones in the front. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. 24 2-page documents at $28 a piece. That's what that guy is. So I'm not charging you the 28 per document, but that's what they'll sell for. All right, we're going to give him a price tag and we're going to call him still available. He is document number 1 and he is still available at $260 and he had 28 stamped 2-page docs. So 28, I don't know if it was 28. Now I'm getting confused, but it was 20 something times $28 a document. $260 is the ask price. He's still available. Okay, moving on. He likes to eat horse. I am missing part of that conversation for sure. For sure, I'm missing part of that conversation. I see Karen L. claimed this document. Karen L., thank you very much. That one is yours. Perfect. Awesome. Thank you. One more of these big fat guys. And that one was the light blue one. This is the cream one. So this one, again, another big fat one. Little different. It's a little bit later. This guy, during Napoleon's reign, some lovely stamps up here. He used to have a little wax seal right there. Again, stuff written in the margin. These are great for scanning too. This is the back of that one. You can hear like it's a booklet. It's a chunky booklet. Okay. Thank you, Karen. Okay, here we go. I know I missed part of the conversation for sure. We've got a lot of beautiful calligraphy. Like this one is super, super, super beautiful. And just like that last one I showed you, it's going to be folios where it's a whole bound thing. And there's a lot of them with beautiful stamps. So we'll flip through it, but I can't show you everything. I don't know how many, but there's probably 30. 30 pages with stamps. I'd say 20 to 30. Don't know for sure. There's where it's bound with just a simple little signature of, you know, basically sewing thread. And then these are all your back pages. So back pages there. Front pages here. A little bit of ledger on the bottom of one of them I saw. Probably won't see it again, but okay. I can't find anything that I'm looking for, but there is a little bit of ledgery information on the bottom of one of them. Okay, let's do this guy right here. It's Year of the Horse, but I don't think you're supposed to eat them. No, not unless McDonald's chooses to put it in hamburger patties again. And without telling us. That was terrible. I cannot eat a McDonald's hamburger ever again. It came out that they actually put horse meat in hamburgers a long time ago. Not now. I don't want to get sued. But anyway, there were news reports of that. I just can't trust them after that. I can't do it. Anyway, it's supposed to be a delicacy, so maybe that was their thought. Let's do this big document. I forgot to copy it, so now I have to do it again. French antique bound document. This one is not Robin's Egg Blue. I'm going to do it for $200, just $200 flat. $200 flat. There it is. It's going in right now. If you want this one, let me know. It's really pretty handwriting. Oh, goodness. Carol. One more reason for me not to eat one of those. I do eat In-N-Out burgers, though. And I don't know if they have In-N-Out on the East Coast or the east side of the country. But on the west side of the country, we have In-N-Out. And In-N-Out is a really good hamburger. They have a very simple menu. The prices are wonderful. I like their service. It's very nice. So I like In-N-Out for if I'm going to eat a cheeseburger, that's where I'm going to eat it if I'm doing drive-thru. Okay, this document, right, Rosalind? You ride yours. Went to Paula, D-R-O. Paula. Thank you, Paula. Paula's going to take this guy home for $200. And I don't know, you know, maybe she's going to scan. Maybe she's going to coffee dye. Maybe she's going to put in journals. I don't know what she's doing, but lots of documents to play with. Okay, so the next section, they're not as thick. There's still some thick ones, but they're not as thick. You also see that there's some that are Robin's Egg Blue in here. We're just going to do them A and B so that we get through them a little bit faster. So I pulled 2 at random. 2 at random. Okay. This side is always going to be A on the left. This side is always going to be B on the right. I'm going to tag them, but A is always on the left, B is always on the right. We're going to do them 2 at a time. You can claim one or you can claim both. It doesn't matter to me. We have enough of these to go around tonight. The A side is an 18, it looks like 15, 1815 or 1819 handwritten document. These are A4. You've got a number of pages of stamped documents in here. Looks like 4. Then you've got your signature strings there. And you've got 4 back pages. There's some signatures, some later additions to this contract, some court fees. So this is an 8-page document on the A side. 8 pages, A4, 18, 15, 18, 19. The B side, love the writing on the B side. Look at that. Like, it's a little fancy. And the date on this one is 1837, maybe. It's hard to read, but 1837, A4 size. You've got 1, the handwriting. Very dramatic. 2, you got a little ephemera. 1834 or 7. 3, you've got 4 pages in the first half. And then you've got 5, 6, 8-page document again. So they're both 8 pages. You've got court stamps and seals. Little watermark on this one. I don't mind it. To me, it goes with it. It looks dramatic. It looks beautiful. Don't mind the watermark. 8 pages, 8 pages. Similar, very similar documents. Choose A or B or both. These guys are each going to be, if they're 8 pages, I'm going to do them at 80. Okay. So $80 for 8 pages. There they go. This is the A document. This is the B document. Now you guys can understand why those super fat ones were a good bargain. Diana M is in first. Diana M is claiming that dramatic handwriting one. That one was really nice to see. Diana M, thank you. And then Sarah T is going to claim the A1. Oh, excuse me. My stomach is growling very loudly. Yeah, hoping you guys cannot hear that. Sarah T, thank you, thank you. Next up, I've got 2. These are both, this is more of a creamy, actually. This is a robin's egg blue. Do I have another robin's egg blue that we can put? I do not. So just A is robin's egg blue. Thank you. A is robin's egg blue. B is creamy. I mean, technically it's a light, but we're going to call it cream. Robin's egg, cream. Okay. Let's look at A. A, beautiful. Dated 1831. All kinds of beauty going on there. I love the little skippity bit at the end. Usually I see that in earlier documents, but in legal documents, it's acceptable. We've got 2, 3. In the first part, we've got 6 pages. There's the back of the first part of the document. Very dramatic swoops there. Then we have a whole nother document. There's the back page. No, we don't. They're 2 separate ones. Lovely. We're redoing. Never mind. This one and this one. 2 separate documents. Both robin's egg blue. Both from 1831. They are probably part of the same case. However, I know for a fact these are 2 separate documents because they both have a title page. So the title page will always start out with whoever the king is, the emperor, the whatever. This is Louis Philippe. But 2 separate documents. The A we looked at, it is a 6 pages? How many pages? 1, 2, 3, 4. It is 6 pages. That's A. Goodness sakes, I need to get it together. B, I thought we had more than one robin's egg blue. B, equally beautiful writing, right? It looks like it might even be the same person. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this one is 6 pages plus a little bit more. 6 plus an additional added on document back there in the back. Beautiful signatures. They do look like they're probably written by the same person. Maybe not. The back part does. Because look at the little swoopy bit. Look at the little swoopy bit there. And look at the little swoopy bit here. So maybe the same attorney or the same, you know, scribe or something like that. But A is 6 pages. B is technically 8 pages. They are both Robin's Egg Blue. If I hold a creamy one up to them, you guys will see the color difference, right? So there's that. Both Robin's Egg Blue. Gonna get them tagged A, B. So this is 8 pages. This is 6 pages. They're both Robin's Egg Blue, which you know is harder to find. So we're going to do the A1. The A1 we're going to do at 90. And the B1 we're going to do at 100. Okay? Robin's Egg Blue rag paper. It's thick. It's toothy. It's very, very hard to find and very beautiful in that Frenchy junk journal. So I'm going to do a blue and neutral junk journal this year as a kit. It will have the Robin's Egg Blue mixed with other Frenchy blues, old documents, and it will have all neutral for the rest of the color palette. So anyway, if you want to pick these up, we'll eventually use those. I'm going to get these documents typed in now. It's just going to say documents go because they're priced on the table. A is 90, B is 100, 6 pages, 8 pages. There they go. Okay, Jerry L is in first and she has the A document. Jerry L. Thank you very much, Jerry. And the B document is going to Francine. Francine K. Thank you very much, Jerry and Francine. I appreciate that very much. Moving on, we're going to do the cream one that I had out just a moment ago. So both of these are cream. Okay, A4 size cream documents from the A1 is 1837, maybe 1837 or 9. The B document is earlier and it's 1811. 1811. So lovely documents, beautiful handwriting, cream color. The A1 has a lot of pages. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 documents. It's gonna be, sorry guys, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Then you have an extra one in the back. So 8 folios right there, or 8 pages, which is 4 folios. And then you have an extra folio in the back with that swoopy signature again. So a total of 10 pages, 9 of them are written. So we're just going to call that 9 pages. It does have an extra blank one, which is nice rag paper, but 9 pages on the A side. My daughter texted me and she went to her first OB appointment. And there may be a small issue. So that had me a little distracted for a moment, but I'll pull it together. Okay, the B one. A nice thick document. We've got 1, 2, 3, and I'll hold the writing up. 4. We've got 5, 6. A little bit of watermark. Looks like one of those ones that in the movies where they hold up the ink splotch and you have to say. So we've got 5, 6. So it's a 6 folio, 12-page document. Oh my gosh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and a bonus. It looks like you saw that there is a little hole right here, just worn on that edge, on that corner right there. It's fine in the front, but it is a little hole in the back side, and it does go through to where it's bound. Other than that, I don't really see too many issues. There's the lovely calligraphy right there. She said she does not want to talk about it right now. Basically, she went to the OB, and they there's a cyst they're monitoring on the baby, basically. So I don't know what that means. Yeah, I just found out. You guys all just found out with me. She doesn't want to talk about it right now, so she's upset. Let's go ahead and do these documents. I appreciate all your prayers. I'm sure it will be fine. I'm sure it will be fine. I have faith it will be fine. So let's just move forward with that. I will talk to her when this is over or tomorrow. Give her time to process. My daughter and I are very different when it comes to emotional things. Like, I am like, you can't hold it back in. And she is, I need to hold it in and I need to process it, and I'll talk in a few days. So very different kinds of personalities. All right. So A, 9 pages. I think we declared B is 12. 12 pages, maybe 14. I don't remember, but let's just move on with these. Thank you very much, guys. I appreciate it. I have faith. We're not going to stress right now. We don't know what it means. We're just, they're monitoring it. They've got the situation under control. We're just going to move forward and trust that everything will work out. Okay. A and B. Here we go. These are French documents. For these ones, because there is a different number of pages, we're going to do the 9-page one. We did what did we have? 8 pages before? Let's do this one. Let's do this one at 90 for 9 pages. And over here, there is a small hole in the back, etc. I'm going to do this one at 100. Just there is a little ink splotch. It is 1811, so it's fairly early, but it has a little bit more damage. So, that little hole back there, and I'll show it to you again. It does go through to the back side right there. It's not really on the front side visible, but it is back there. So there's those 2. I'm typing them in now. Thank you. Thank you. Well, awesome. I'll look into it exactly what it is, but I'm sure it will be fine. I'm sure it will be fine. She'll give me all the details. I have faith. So there's that. Let's go ahead and look at these documents. Let's see. We have Karen L for the B document. Karen L. There we go. Sometimes it's good to bring my phone in here with me because you guys also text me and stuff. And sometimes it's bad. It can be a little bit distracting sometimes. Okay. So I have A still available. You love all the little damaged area of documents. It's kind of like the people who like worn holes in fabric and stuff when you're doing like slow stitching projects. That little bit of authentic wear, it's really hard to duplicate, especially in fabric. It's hard to duplicate a naturally worn, like threadbare hole in a piece of fabric. And it's also equally hard to grunge up or to make them distressed and make them look realistic. There's techniques, but anyway, it's better to use the original. So this one's still available. We're going to leave it available. Personality, yes. So 9 pages for 90, and it was a Louis Philippe 1839-ish or 7. Don't know. Document. It's beautiful. So there's that one. That's the first one left available. Let's look at a couple more here. There's a big fat one with beautiful handwriting. And then let's put this one opposite this one. Okay. So this one is 1800s. This one is not. This one is much earlier. At least 100 years earlier. Let me see if I have a date. I don't know if I have a date. I don't have a date, but I can tell you that this is more than likely a 1600s document. More than likely, this is a 1600s with many pages. It's got the medieval style handwriting. It definitely is the 1600s type of paper. It doesn't have an ink stamp. 1700s ones usually have an ink stamp. 1700s handwriting is different than this. To me, this looks like the medieval 1600s documents that I currently sell on Etsy. It's the same. So I'm pretty sure we're looking at 1600s. The 1600s, if this, I mean, it's not the same, even though it's from France, it's not the same French that they speak today. In fact, sometimes the French documents in the 1600s are not even written in French because French is different in 1600s. So I'm not sure. This might even be Latin. But it is a very, very old document. Yes, there is some water staining. Yes, there is some damage. If you want a 1600s one that you can play with, this is a good one. That almost looks like a heart right there. Beautiful. It probably has a date coded in it somewhere that I'm not seeing. Again, I can't read the writing, and I'll show you close up of writing. Like, I can't read the medieval style of writing. So very few people actually can. Google Translate will not be able to read that, but you've got a couple different writing styles there. And just so you know, this is 1600s and this is also 1600s. So I'm pretty sure this is 1600s. All right, we're going to move on. We're going to do this 1600s booklet. Opposite this Louis Philippe large document from 1804. This one is string bound. Some very old string, kind of like a jute or something like that. We've got lovely stamps and lovely handwriting. I don't usually share 1600s bound documents with you guys because they sell very well in Etsy, and they sell for $22.99 or something like that a page in Etsy, a single page. So if you're getting that one, they do like them. And if you're looking to resell some, you can resell them right into Etsy. Okay, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There are 8 stamped folios that are bound so far. We've got some additional ones back here in the back, it looks like. We've got a beautiful signature, some stamps, some, fees, lovely little swoops on the signatures, dated 1834 at the back there. This is added on. This is where it ends, the original. And then it's got a later edition past that too. So this is a separate little document back here in the back. So this basically what I'm getting at, and this is a really large document with a lot of pages. Is it separate? This one is separate. So you get 18 pages. This guy is 18 pages. This guy, I don't know, but you guys can count. Like, it's a lot. Do you want me to count? You probably do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 13, 14. It looks like 15, probably 14 or 16 pages. So large documents, both of them. Many, many pages. Lots of fun to be had. I think they're 2 very different styles. If you don't have any 1600s yet, and you want to add it to your collection, now's a chance. Okay, let's get these in here. We are going to do... You're right. This too shall pass for both of us. For everyone, it does pass. So whatever we're dealing with, we got to look to brighter days ahead. A and B. The A document, this is a little trickier to price with 16 pages. I'm going to do, it's a really beautiful document. I'm going to do it for $145. Okay. Very beautiful. It was clean. It was in good shape. The writing is beautiful. We have very nice, that one is folded. I'm not going to unfold, but very clean, very beautiful document. That's your A for $145. The B is harder to price. It does have a little damage, some water damage, etc. Would never ever price this way again, but I am going to do it for $125 tonight. $125 on the B. Again, I could take the pages, and my pages also have watermarking. The ones that are in Etsy, they also have a large section of watermarking across the bottom. And those sell for $23, so I don't see why that wouldn't sell for $23. There's that. Let's do them. Yes, Diana, absolutely. Sending those healing prayers and thoughts your way. Wishes, prayers, and thoughts your way. All of the things. There's the documents. We've got Diana M for the B document. Thank you, Diana. You're going to like it. It's different. That you're going to feel the paper and know that it is different. Diana M, thank you. And we've got Karen L for the A document. Thank you, Karen. Let's see. What time is it? We've got a little bit more time for documents. I want to do some smaller ones so that everyone can play today. Let's see what we have. I've got some small 1800s. Let's go into the 1700s. 1700s. So very different looking, right? These are all 1700s. And I have a fat stack of them here too. And so I'm going to flip through. You're going to notice that the stamps on them are all different. I collected the stamps for a very long time, and I had a plan, and then I didn't need to do that plan anymore. So, because somebody else did. But all the stamps are very different on the documents, and these are different size, 2-page, 4-page, whatever. Let's look at this first pile. Let's start here today. And so I'm going to do 2 documents on the table at a time. 2 documents at a time, trying to make sure I really only have 2 this time. There we go. Again, we're going to do A on the left and B on the right. 1700s documents. This guy on the B side is dated very clearly 1786. On the A side, very fancy, very beautifully written. And the date is a mystery. It is 17 something, but what it is, I do not know. You'll have to read it and find out. There is not a clear date on this one for us to make out, but beautiful writing. 1700s. And again, on the 1700s, they're going to be bound in the center as folios. So it's one long piece of paper. And on the front, you're going to have the stamps. So there is 2. These are very thick papers. There's 2 folios, meaning 4 pages. You get 2 stamped documents in there. 4 pages. On this side, there's that one up close. Really beautiful. These are great to scan. Again, very, very thick paper. This one still feels like it's 2 pages. It's so thick. Very thick paper. And you've got 1 stamp, 2 stamp. Okay, so there's more documents. You got 4 pages there. And then you got another document with a stamp in the back for a total of 6 pages, but only 5 are written. Very clearly dated on that one. I don't see a date on this one, but we're going to go with it. These are smaller, about 7 by 10. We have A and B. A and B. There we go. Hello, Dorothy. There's the French documents. We're going to do these guys. I'm going to do them at the same price. There is a couple little extra pages in this guy. We're going to do them at the same, assuming they're 4 pages. Best one was 5. Let's do these get tougher to price. I'm going to do each one of these at $55. That is a discounted price, $55. Normally, one stamped folio, so 2 pages with the front one having a stamp, is $40. You will be able to sell them for that. There they go. So you definitely got a discount on those ones. And we have a little bit of a stack, which is also why, if I get a good deal, I pass some savings on to you guys. I don't feel like we need to, it's not about max profit. If I got a good deal, I'm happy to share the good deal with you guys. So Jerry L is first in for the A1. Jerry, that's a really pretty document. Thank you. Jerry L. Thank you. Thank you. I try to write very lightly on my fear is it's going to go through one of these days. So Jerry L. And then we've got Danny H. Danny H. Thank you. Thank you. Danny got the B document. All right, moving on from there. I got a couple more. This one is one of my favorites. It was very hard to pass up. We've got a fancy with a lovely stamp. But this one, it's bound with that green silk ribbon. It does have stamps. It's 1781. Look at the decal edge on it. It looks like it's falling apart. It's not. It's just the decal edge. And then a finer handwriting, smaller, finer handwriting. Hold it up and it looks like that. Open it up inside. You've got packed full of tiny little writing. The stamps are fairly light on it. So there's the first couple pages. Sorry for my stomach growling. There's another one with a stamp. So 6 pages in this document. There's your green ribbon. Look at the tooth on that paper. You guys see it? Lovely, lovely old thick paper. 6 pages, packed full of signatures. I don't know how many people signed, but a lot of people signed that document. A lot of people. And then 6 pages, we've got nothing, one blank one back there in the back. So there's that. Okay, this guy over here, he's going to be smaller, 4 pages, but look at the date, 1703. Lovely, beautiful handwriting, thick paper. And I think we have a 4-page document here. 4 pages bound together in the center, thick paper. And there we go. So very different, but we're going to do them the same price, even though he has a lot more pages. There we go. And we're going to do these ones same price at $55. A has more pages. B is just a little darker stamp, bigger, bolder writing. There they go for $55. There's A. There's B. If you don't have a 1700s document to scan, I recommend you pick it up. It does look very different, the handwriting and etc. in the 1700s. And if you scan the 1700s, even the 1600s, try printing them. So try coffee dyeing some paper, letting it dry, making sure it's as flat as possible, whether you stick it under books or you have a different method for flattening out, ironing it, whatever. But get yourself some coffee dyed paper. If you don't coffee dye your own paper, there's coffee dyed paper available on Etsy. Buy the coffee dyed paper, make the coffee dyed paper, whatever you do. Put the coffee dyed paper in your printer and print or copy these old documents onto the coffee dyed paper. When you coffee dye paper, it raises the grain in the paper and it gives the coffee dye paper more tooth and texture. And it really does feel very similar to this old paper. And especially when you print this old document on top of the copy die, it looks really nice. So if you have one good one to scan and copy and you print it on copy die paper, you can put those copy die papers into journals and they feel very similar to the real original. So you can keep your original. All right, this one, Susan S. is getting the B one. Susan S., thank you. Susan STR, perfect. Then we have Deborah KER for the A document. Thank you very much. Yeah, you guys should always try printing your antique documents, whatever you're scanning, onion skin, etc. Try printing it on different papers. Printing on coffee dye. A lot of things come out really cool and interesting. Much older looking when you print on coffee dye versus printing on a brand new sheet of paper. Your first old document ever. Well, that's a great first one. Congratulations. That's a great one. All right, let's look at these two. These are almost identical. I mean, they've got the same stamp and everything. Clearly different written documents, but very beautiful. This one again is 1709. Beautiful 1709, very clearly dated. On the A side, you have what looks like a 4-page document. We've got very thick paper, double stamp, 4-page. You have embossed wax seal that's covered with paper right here. Wax seals are lovely, and that one is nice and preserved for you. So there's 4 pages there. We've got 1702, maybe 1700 something here. I'm not sure, but we'll find another date, hopefully. Beautiful 4-page document. Lovely writing, lovely old paper. Look at that signature. Do not see another date, so you're going to have to, maybe use a magnifying glass, but it might be 1702 right there. So A and B, both are 4 pages, almost identical. They're going to be 55, same as we've been doing. So there they go for 55. A and B. There we go. Okay. Diana M is first in, and she's claiming the B one. And if I see that people are missing out, first of all, I think we have a lot of documents tonight. If I see that people are missing out, we'll do a round for people who don't have any yet. I see Diana B. Diana BEC is in next for the A document. Thank you, thank you. And Diana got the B. Alrighty, moving on from there. I have these 2 documents. I think these are 4 pages. We'll see together. A little bit different size, just so that we all know what we're talking about, me included. We're going to look at 7 1/4 by about 9 3/4. This guy over here is about 7 by about 9 and maybe 1/4. It always looks slightly different in the angle of the camera, but it's a little bit over 9 inches in length. This one, old document, beautifully written, a little more grungy tone. I love all of this natural folding and curling. I mean, you really could not duplicate that as perfectly as what we see right there. So we've got 1 page. Look at the little curlies at the end. That doesn't sound right. The curly cues at the ends of the words. All the curly cues at the ends. That's lovely. Nice stamps. We've got 6-page document. A 6-page string bound. Beautiful, beautiful calligraphy. If you can even call it that. I mean, it is so fancy. 6 pages. Signature at the back. I don't see a date that is jumping out at me, but it is definitely a 1700s document, and it looks fairly early. So there's the A one. Let's look at the B one. B, Very old document. Again, it doesn't have a date that's jumping out at me. And we've got a little tear right there where the signature has started to come apart. We've got 2 pages, 3 pages. So this one really is truly a 6-page document. And I want to show you that texture of that paper. See the rippling that is actually in the paper? And that's so toothy and old. See this rippling down here? So toothy and old is this paper. And thick. So 6 pages. We don't have stamps in this one. The B one does not have a stamp. It's a little bit smaller. Oh, here we go. We'll find out some information maybe. I've got a name. It's an acquisition of something. I don't, oh, yes, I do. 1780. 1780 right there. So we'll assume the whole thing is 1780. Beautiful signature down here. And it was folded and it was stored like this, so it was exposed back there in the back. But a little grungy backside of that one. A and B. All right, here we go. There's A. There's B. There we go. We're going to do these ones. A is a little different, so I'm going to price them on the table, and then I'll just put in the go here in just a second. The A one is 6 pages. It does have stamps. Very, very pretty. We're going to do it. I'm going to leave it at 55. And this guy over here, he doesn't have stamps. He has very nice paper and all of the goodies and stuff like that. But we're going to drop him down to 45. Okay. So A's 55, B's 45. Here we go for these. And we have Violet. Violet is first in for the A document. Thank you, Violet. And then Deborah KER for the B document. Thank you. I do see a couple people miss out occasionally. Let's do a round for people who don't have any documents at all. Let's find ones that are similar to what we've been doing. I've got some smaller ones. Maybe like this and this. To keep them kind of the same. Let's look at doing these two. And these would be for people who do not have any documents at all. It's about 7 by 10 in size. This one is dated 1780. It does have a nice stamp. You've got that toothy 1700s paper. It's stamped there. You've got a little watermark at the top, just like that. It's 4 pages, string bound, toothy document, some nice signatures back there, and again, dated 1780. There's that. That's for the A document. The B document, a little older. It's 1704, I believe, 1704, maybe 1707. It's really hard to make out over there, but you can see 170. So there's that one. Larger stamp, tiny, tiny writing. The end of every sentence or every line has this little straight line across the paper. Such a toothy cotton paper. It is split here on the folio line. Nice stamp there. 4 pages. Beautiful signatures. Blank page in the back. So let's price these. A little grungier. This one really 3 pages have writing. This one is 4 and it is all written, but let's price these. We're going to do these antique documents for people who do not have any documents at all. And I'm going to do them for $38. So $38. Definitely a discount. There they go. And I'm looking for people who don't have any documents. There we go. Alrighty, Eva. Eva C is first in for the A document. Eva C, thank you. I don't believe she has any. And then we would have Mickey for the B document. Mickey S, thank you. I don't believe either one of those ladies have it. They were first in there. Thank you very much. I do see a couple other people still missing out. Let's see what we can do to get everybody a document quick. And then we'll move on. I need some that are very similar. I've got a large bundle. I've got this guy here. And maybe this guy here. They're very similar. Let's look at these two together quick. Okay, so the one over here is dated 1775 here. Does have a large stamp. Beautiful old paper. There's that. And I'll hold it up so you guys can see. Beautiful writing. So I think we have 4 pages here. We do. String bound in the center. Beautiful writing. 4 pages. Like signature back there. Little grungy on the back side. 4 pages. This one is dated 1769. 1769 right there. Nice stamp. We got a little, this ephemera is pinned in at some point in time. Has a little place where it had a wax seal or something. Just a little note, it looks like, but that's extra in there. So you have 2 folios that have stamps on them. So 4 pages plus the little note. String bound in the center. There's your 4 pages. There's the back side. So for both of these, we're going to do them at $55. You got 4 pages, basically. A and B, and these are for people who do not have any documents. 0 documents. And then we're gonna do some very special documents for anyone, and we're gonna move away from documents so that we can fit in the rest of the things we need to do tonight. Okay, so we have Margaret L for the B document. Margaret L for the B. And you have a document. I wondered. I was sitting here trying to figure it out. That means Lizbeth. Lizbeth K is first in for the A document. So Maria C and Rose D and Linda A. Maria C, Rose D, Linda A. Let me see if these are of interest to you guys. I want to be fair and choose ones that are similar. Let me see what we have left here. We've got super, super big ones. These are all a number of documents here. Okay. So I think we're going to do it like this. For you 3 ladies, A, B, C. This is A. Date on it, I do not know offhand. These are all 1700s documents. You got a little grunginess on A. It's 8 pages. 8 pages bound together. It's very early. 1756 or 55. Lovely, lovely paper. Again, it is a little grungy, but it is also 8 pages in length. Okay, there's A. B is a 1752 document, dated 1752. You got a little damage down there in the bottom. You have a nice blank paper. That's kind of rare, actually, with a stamp. A lot of blank on B. So in truth, B has 2 pages of writing. We're going to price B appropriately. C is this one. C is dated, 1692, another 1600 one. So 1692. 1. You've got 2. Some interesting marks there. 3. Very interesting. 4, 5, 6 pages. We have a watermark in the paper in the center. We have a little edge damage, munching. I don't know what happened, but some edge damage. Right, like that. So there's A, B, and C. A is beautiful. C is beautiful. B is only really 2 pages. So there's some blank, lovely paper in there. There's a nice blank one with a stamp. But we're going to do B at $30. Okay, B at 30. A, we're going to do at 65. That's 8 pages. C is a 1692. And it had 4 pages. How many pages? 6 pages. We're going to do it. I'll keep it at 55. Okay. So A is 65. B is 30. C is 55. Here it goes for people who missed out. These are only available for Linda A, Maria C, and Rose D. If they do not sell to those people, then I'll open it up to anybody. So there they go. There's those. Maria C is in first, and she wants the C document. Thank you, Maria. Maria C. Perfect. Thank you, thank you. Then we've got Rose, who also wanted C, and Linda saying her name. So this is what's available, Rose and Linda. Let me know if either of those work for you. If they don't work for you, I will open it up to anyone who wants to claim them. No pressure. I just put it out there to offer because I saw you guys missing out a couple of times. So at this point, anyone, there it goes. There's Linda A for the A document. Linda A for the A document. They have some lag. They have some slower internet. And then it's Rose for the B document. There's Rose D for the B. I'm happy that y'all got one. It might not have been everyone who tried to claim that night, but I did notice those 3 ladies trying to claim over and over again. One more round of documents. This is opened to anyone. Anyone may claim them. I have some very fat booklets. So I've got A, I've got B. I think this is 1. It is 1. And do we want to do C or C or C? Some choices there on C. I'm going to do this bundle. I think it has the most paper, and it's a big bundle of documents. So we'll look at it. But A, B, and C, these are open to anyone. I will show you each one of them. I will not count pages because these are the fattest. These are the largest ones we've done of the 1700s. They have many, many pages. I tried to make them about even. This one, I don't have a date on the front of it. I don't have a date on the back of it. It might have at some point had a date. I do not know. But many, many documents, many, many stamps. There's several bound documents together. They're beautiful. These are the, most expensive, thickest ones with the most pages. So there's a lot of pages. There's the bound document. Okay. B does have a date of 1715. Lovely stamp. And again, it has a lot of documents. Lots of stamps. Lots of signatures. Lots of stamps. Double stamp. Double stamp is always nice. Signatures, stamps. And I'm, doing sections of paper. But there's a lot in there. Okay, that's a fat one. Apparently there's some loose paper. We'll leave that in there. That's B. C is string bound down here in the corner. And so you have some loose documents, signatures, etc. Different stamps. This is dated 1695. 1695, and I don't know what that one is. Probably similar. 1695, the 2-page. We've got 1862 here. It is 1862. Doesn't really look like it is to me, but that's what it's dated, so we'll take it for its word. And that's also a 2-page document. 2-page document. I think if you do a little research on that, that would be interesting. I think the original document is the 17s and something was added because it's a different handwriting. Looks like something may have been added at 1862. Then you have a small little document here. It does have stamps on the back side of it, some signatures. This guy here, he's a larger document, opens up. It probably did have a date right here. This is either early 16s or 17s. We got a couple different stamps on it. It does open up. We've got stamps on the inside of it here. Very, very thick, toothy rag paper. Kind of looks like they were writing on the blackboard where they had to write like the same thing over and over again. Very thick paper though. And then you've got another document back there in the back with some blank paper. So that's the C one. All kinds of wonderful treasures. A, B, and C. B is the thickest, then C, then A. A and C are about the same. B is your thickest. Are you guys ready? These are for anyone. The A document. A is going to be 160. 160. Many folios in there. B is going to be 250. If you guys need me to count, I will. C, let's do C at 130. There is some 1600s documents bound into C. There's those. I'm just going to say documents go. You guys can claim exactly which one you want. There they go. If they stay or something I need to count, I will surely count for you. Sarah T is getting that B document. She's first in. She's only person in at this point. Thank you, Sarah. That's Sarah. I see Dorothy C, and I'm pretty sure. Do I have registration for Dorothy? Oh my goodness. Dorothy. I don't see registration for Dorothy. Dorothy, did you register for shopping? You have to text me to register. Did you register, Dorothy? Why does it sound familiar to me? Okay. Dorothy, did you register? That's my question. Karen, I see Karen for the A document. Dorothy, what is your first and last name? Or what is your first name and the first 3 letters of your last name? Is it Dorothy? Karen L claimed the A document. Okay. I don't have a Dorothy for some reason, and I don't know why. Maybe let me check messages in a different section. Let me see if I can find Dorothy's registration. Nope, I don't have registration for Dorothy. Yes, sent text. Okay, Dorothy, well, I just need you to do it one more time for me. If you send your first name, your last name, your email address, and your full shipping address, I see her. I just need her to register one more time because I can't find her registration information. Dorothy, once I get your message here, I'll put your name on that one. And then this was the pile of documents that was left over tonight that we did not get to. We're going to move on just because of time. I can do more documents at a later point in time. But we're going to move on because I don't want to run out of time for the other things we need to do today. So let me go ahead and get these documents cleaned up. We're waiting for Dorothy on this one. I'm just going to write her name on it. And I'm going to put it to the side so that I can make sure I get your stuff. And really the reason why I wait to make sure that I get it, it's because if the sale ends and then I go to, send you an invoice or, print your shipping label, the sale is ended. I can't talk to you anymore. If you didn't register, I don't have a way of contacting you. So it really just saves me from like trying to search and see if you're in the Facebook group and all the other things. It saves me quite a bit of time and stress, really, about trying to make sure you get your stuff at the end of the day. Let's move on and look at some other things. So I've been telling you guys for a while that I'm going to bring you something amazing for your craft room. And I did. Remember, this is the only document that remained. It was 9 pages for $90. Beautifully written, beautiful signatures. This one has 4 folios of stamped documents. So if anybody wanted that one was still available. It's 9 written pages for $90. If you are interested in that guy, that was what remained. So there's that. Now these ones that are sold, let's move those over there. I need a big desk to show you this next thing. It's large. I've been telling you I had some amazing things for your art studio, your craft room, for home decor, etc. Here's the first one. It's pretty amazing. I think you guys are going to like it as much as I like it. There's several of these, not like 100, but there's a few. Make myself a little bit more room right there. It's pretty amazing. Do you guys know what it is? Like there's little slots that you tuck. Do I have a tag in here? I totally meant to bring a tag in this room. for this purpose. But do you think I did it? He's too big, he won't fit in there. Of course, like, you know, you can be a junk journaler, but do you always have all of the things everywhere? No, no, you do not. We need like a little card or a little tag. That'll work. So these are slots, and they hold. What do they hold? Does anybody know what this is? What this is used for? Do you know where it came from? There's that. There's 5 of these available. There's 5 available. They are oak, solid oak wood. They have steel numbered metal slots in them. Some of them go from 1 to 50, and some of them go from 51 to 100. It is possible to get both so that you could have the whole set from 1 to 100. It is possible. In total, I have 5 of these. I collected these over a period of a few years. They are from France. They are French. These were to hold time cards. You're absolutely correct. So on the factory wall, they would hang. There is hanging hardware. On the factory wall, they would hang. The employees would have a number. So like employee number 27 would keep her time card in that slot. And then she would, you know, basically write her time or have her time written or whatever. This is before punch time slot or time card punches, or obviously now if you are using a time clock, it's a digital one. So anyway, I'm going to do some quick measurements. I'm going to show you these. These are very cool. And so why do I think that you guys might care about these? Well, I cared about it. And if I care about it, I usually care about it for a specific reason. And that specific reason was I am going to hang a pair of these on my wall. And I'm going, so, you know, like I make tags, I might make journal cards. I'm going to keep some of my favorite pieces, and just not in every slot, but randomly throughout it. I'm going to tuck in something that I made. I don't know, that's too big. I'm going to tuck in something that I made, like a little tag, and just have that just as like a little display piece on my wall. I'm not sure if it's, you know, going in my main living area or if it's going in my craft room or whatever you want. I don't call mine an art studio, but some people do. And you are just going to tuck in cute little things that you made in there. I'm looking for something better to tuck in that's long, and I'm having trouble finding something long to tuck in there. Like that's too wide. It's got to be fairly narrow to fit in there. Really business card size. This is like a business card that fits in there. Now longer would be better. So anyway, I think you could just tuck some cute little tags that you made in there, and it would be really awesome as display. If you go to craft shows, if you are a person who exhibits your artwork in person somewhere, you might want one of these to display your creations that you sell. So there's another option for it. But they're very thick, very heavy. They're solid oak, beautiful pieces. Yes, they're authentic and they're old, and you're going to see some wear and some tear on them. But that's because they're old. It's because they're originals. So the size wise, they're about the size of a large French ledger, honestly. It's 14 inches. It's 14 inches by 19 and a half. So 14 by 19 and a half. There is one that is slightly larger than this. And if you are local, there are some massive ones available. If you are local and you want some very, very large ones for your wall from a very large factory, I have one pair that is super giant, and I will not ship them because they are super giant. But these ones, they're about the size of a ledger, and I can ship it. So if you've ever bought a big, thick French ledger from me, the shipping will be around the same price. They're going to go in the same ledger box. So that's you know, we can ship this within the US just fine. I can ship this overseas just fine. But those large ones I can't ship. They're just too much, too big. Now, if you want to purchase them and you want to pay for someone to crate them and ship them to you, we could talk about the large ones, the super large ones. But I don't want to be the one packing and shipping those because they're probably, I would say, 4 feet tall, and they open, they're on hinges and they open. So closed, they're probably 4 feet by 2 feet. Open, they're 4 feet by 4 feet, and there's a pair of them of the super large. So anyway, we're going to do these. All good things come to those who wait. I promise one of these days. Bookmark maker, yeah, that would be great too. So anyway, that's what they look like. You'll see that they're well made. This is the one, this is the exact one we're doing right now. Like I said, there is 5 total available. This one, you can see right here, has a little bit of damage where it's come apart. You can see there is a little gap right here. And if you look where the metal things are, the metal things are supposed to be in these slots. This one, it was shipped to me from France. It does have some damage. It is totally, I believe, fixable. I didn't bother with it because it hangs and it displays just as it is. You guys saw it sitting here. It hangs and it displays perfectly fine just as it is. If it bothers you and you want to fix that, you certainly can. I'm not handy that way and don't want to take it apart and put it back together, but you could. Your husband could if he's a woodworker. Obviously, this might be, you know, fun little project to saddle him with, but as y'all know, I don't have a husband to saddle anything with. So we're going to sell this one as is. It is numbered 1 to 50. There are 50 little slots there. Let's go ahead and get this guy typed in. So he's the first one. If you want one that is, you know, doesn't have the little section that's slightly off, I have one more in this room and then there's a few others. So we're going to do this one first. Obviously, you know, they're a little bit heavy, but if you ever got a ledger, it's about the same shipping. These are antique. You guys are all very quiet in chat. Antique French time card holder, I guess. I don't know what else to say. Time card holder. It's oak and it's numbered 1 to 50. There we go. We're going to price this guy at $480. $480. Keep in mind, I had it shipped from France and I paid many hundreds of euros and shipping. So there's 480 for this one. There it goes. Some parts of YouTube are down. They might be, but I don't think it's affecting us here. We seem to have just fine connection. Oh, yes, on YouTube. Had troubles getting in here. Aw. Well, I thought we had a pretty good size audience, so I didn't think it was affecting us. But if it seems to be affecting us, we may have to call it an early night or something. We'll see. Lost YouTube on your laptop. Lucky enough to able to use it on your phone. Having problems too. Aw, we don't see it here on our side. Maybe it's particular parts of the country or something like that. No, there is another one with 1 to 50 or 1 to 50. Yes, there is another one. YouTube is weird today. Can only get using your history section. Huh. Well, good to know. Thank you for telling me that. Because the audience is about average. I'm not seeing it on my side, but got it on your iPhone. TV, YouTube is down. Oh, great. Well, wonderful. Well, wonderful. So, because of that issue, we will not be able to do all of our things that are scheduled tonight. I don't want to do them if certain people aren't going to be able to get in and aren't going to be able to shop and they were waiting on things. Yeah, I got kicked out and barely got back in. Okay. Well, good to know. Because that does change things. I don't like to sell things that people have been waiting for when I know that not everyone can be here, because then people get mad. So that's how you got in with your history. Okay. So if you guys are having trouble getting in, like it kicks you out, I guess apparently you're going to have to go to the history section on your YouTube homepage, go to the history section and then try getting back in there. Aw. Most people watch me on the TV. Most people do. They watch on the TV and they participate in chat on an iPhone or iPad or laptop or something like that. Aw, that's so sad. All right, well, look, let's do this as a preview. Let's do this as a preview. We will do these on Thursday. I don't want to do them without people. We'll do them on Thursday, but now at least you guys know what they look like. You know what they look like, and you know there's 5 of them total. So we're gonna just have to hang on to this. No one claimed it anyway. We're gonna hang on to this one, and we'll do the other ones on Thursday. And hopefully YouTube is fixed by then. I was told that YouTube was having problems, I think last week as well, one of the times. So I don't know if it's like hacker things or what it is. Maintenance. Who knows? Who knows what it is? That's terrible. It's okay. Like they're here. They're not going anywhere in the meantime. I'm just going to hang on to those things that I knew people were waiting for, and I apologize for those of you who are here and who I apologize for the people who are here and who are not having a problem, but if I sell certain things that people were waiting on, and they're having connection problems, etc., it might create a little bit of issue. So let's do some other fun things for those of us that are here, and we'll save some of that stuff that was planned for on Thursday. Shauna, I do have it, but I don't have the other half of it. I have the 1 to 50 in here, but I don't have the 51 to 100 in here. There's 5, Shauna. No one claimed that one. I'm sure on Thursday you're going to be fine. I'm sure on Thursday we'll be okay, Shauna. And I'll even give you dibs, so I can guarantee you can have your pick on Thursday. I just don't want to keep going because I'm going to show them all over again on Thursday. You can have dibs, Shauna, on Thursday. You can have dibs. Just remind me, say, Kate said I have dibs. Okay. Let's do a couple other fun things. We can even go back to documents or whatever, but let's do a couple other fun things. Not everybody wants a document. Let me go see what's on the cart. This is really, really tough. It's really tough to decide what to do whenever 1 to 50 without damage, 1 to 51. Oh, I think you mean 51 to 100. It will be fine, Shauna. Trust me, it will be fine. All right, I'm going to do the rest of my little document pile. We're going to see how this, it looks like a normal crowd. I don't know. I don't know how many people I was expecting, but it looks like a normal crowd. I'm going to do a couple more documents from that pile that I showed you. I did try to get second invoice package and you did not call me. Oh. Invoice package and you did not call me. You mean in the beginning of the sale, Diana? Shauna, it's okay, I promise. Yeah. Okay. Hold on. 2 seconds. Let me go to my spreadsheet and see what we called Diana B for the invoices. We called you for 1, Diana, and you're saying you want 2. Okay, so I think we had 30 available, and I know that I kind of went over that. Let's see where we're at. Yeah. All right, Diana, I've added you for a second document or a second invoice bundle. I think that's what you're saying. So I added you for a second invoice bundle. I mean, I think it's fine. I think it's a normal size audience. I don't know. I don't notice it on my side. I don't want to do certain things, but maybe it's not affecting us. I don't know. I don't know how it is on your side because I'm not trying to claim things. From my side, I see 0 lag, 0 problem, but maybe global YouTube issues. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. It is a little smaller, but sometimes it's just off night. I don't know, 85 to 140 or so. There's a good range in there. All right, so let me do this. I'm going to test it. This is not claiming anything. I would like everyone who is here, put in a me right now. Pretend you're claiming something. Pretend you're claiming, put your name, put your normal claim, whatever you want to put in. Let me see if it is affecting it. Shauna, you might want the bigger ones. You might want the bigger ones. As much as you're loving those, I think you would be stunned by the bigger ones, but you can have whatever you would like. Okay. So, how did you guys think that went? Did your me's come in? Did you guys have problems? Did it seem like it was laggy? When you just put in a test claim, how did you think that went from your side? Because from my side, it looks normal. But again, I won't know. I won't know if it's causing you guys problems. Okay. They're saying it's normal. I think it is. I think it looks fairly normal, guys. Okay. Okay. Well, let's go a little longer and just see how it goes. Yeah, it seemed normal from my side. Let's just go and see how the night goes, I guess. I'm going to do these couple documents. If you guys, if it becomes an issue, make sure that you let me know that it's becoming an issue for you. Like if it's laggy, if it's not working like normal, tell me. So if it's not working like normal for you right now, type it in and let me know it is not working normal for you. Everyone else, I saw lots of normals, but that doesn't mean it's working that way for everybody. I'm going to do these. Just do a little more and see how it goes. We're going to do A and B documents this time. I am so sorry, guys. I don't know what to do whenever it's being picky or weird or slow or kicking people out. Did it kick you all out in the beginning or did it kick you out randomly throughout the show? Those of you that got kicked out, Karen wants to know if she's first. So After I did a test go. Oh my gosh. No, you were not first. You were not first. You were down there a ways. Karen MOR, you are in the top 5. I see not working normal for Rose. Having issues, had to sign off, Diana. Randomly working. Randomly. When you went to refresh, it went out. I'm trying to figure it out, Jody. Trying to figure out what's the most fair thing to do. I say we continue for the people who are here. Is there something, Jody, that you were waiting for specifically tonight? It just quit tonight? Okay. 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 Let we're going to continue, but I just wanted to know if there was something specifically that she was waiting for. Jody M, is there something specific that you are waiting for? No, I don't think any particular person's causing issues. Not at all. YouTube is apparently being picky or whatever. So, okay. I'm going to do these documents. We're going to move on. We're going to try it. If it becomes an issue, make sure you guys let me know that you are having an issue. If several people, a bunch of people, I know there is several people who are having issues right now. If it continues and you guys continually have issues, we're probably going to have to wrap early or something tonight, because it's not fair for people who are trying to buy and can't. It's also not fair to do a sale and everyone show up and then not do it. So I have to walk that little tight line to make everyone happy. But we have been going for 3 hours. Let's go a little longer. Let's see how it goes. If it goes normal and everyone's good, then we'll keep going. If it becomes a problem where it's frustrating for people, then maybe we'll wrap early. We'll be back on Thursday no matter what anyway. If I need to pick up an extra day to get all the things in we planned for this week, then we can do that too. So let's just keep going for a little bit, see how it goes. I know. Continue to pretend it's Thursday. Shauna, if it's causing you anxiety, just know that whatever you would like will be yours. It will be fine. No one else came in for that, and no one else is saying they care. So I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure it's fine. A and B are the documents on the table. Okay. There's always bumps with YouTube, right? We're using YouTube for something that YouTube doesn't want to be used for, quite honestly. We're doing a live sale, which YouTube likes videos and they like you to, have 1 million subscribers and watchers and all this kind of thing. So we're just using YouTube as a piggyback to do what we want it to do, but it's not quite exactly what it's intended for. So we're going to keep going. We're going to figure it out. I know, an additional night. I know. We're going to have an additional night no matter what here in the near future anyway. But for now, we're going to stick to Tuesday and Thursday. There are 2 documents on the table. This one has an interesting red stamp. There is a few that have a red stamp I've seen before, usually from this particular area. This is a larger bound document. Let's find out how many pages. And, now that I've stuck that sticky on there, you can't really see what it looks like, but it's beautiful. And I don't know why this gets me every time, but the primitive writing versus like a very fancy, beautiful signature, I just love it. I just imagine, the families, the life that these people had. And so I like seeing the signatures. Love that. I don't know if you guys will get the texture of the paper, but it's very bumpy, toothy paper, very thick. I don't have a date. I don't have a date yet. I'm not saying there isn't one, but I just didn't see it jump out at me. So there's 2 pages, there's 3 pages, there's 4 pages, 4 folios with a stamp. There's your center. And then there's some more signatures. And then some blank. So we're going to call it 6 pages of writing. 6 pages of writing, 4 of which have the red stamp. I think the red stamp is quite hard to find compared to the black ones. Usually they are black. So there's that 1700s, but don't have an exact date. This guy here is dated 1716. 1716, he's got a number of pages. Both have beautiful calligraphy. There's one, there's a close-up. There's 2. Oh my gosh, such thick paper. I don't know if you guys will see that one either, but it's got little flecks of flax in it. So 2 pages, 3 pages are signatures, 4 signature, 5 signatures, more signatures over there. So it's 5 folios. They seem to be loose. They don't seem to be bound anymore. So this one is in fact a 10-page document from 1716. This one over here, I don't know. It's 1700s, but I don't know. I will look one more time at that last signature page. I don't see it jumping out at me. It's probably there. It might be written out in Word form or something like that, but I don't know. So there's A and B. Let's get these documents in. We're going to do the A document. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's do him at 65. That is a great deal for that document. And let's do the B one at 70. Both of those are great deals. Anyone can claim these. I don't care if you have 10 documents or if you have 0. There they go. And then I will ask you guys what you would like to do. We have my pile of documents, but other than that, I will take my direction from the crowd. That way, if there's unhappiness about people who are having issues, I can be like, but they asked. I can put it on you guys. I can be like, well, they wanted it, so I did it. Diana M is going to get the B document. Diana M, thank you. Diana M, thank you, thank you. Let me pull this one. It's still available. And the A document will go to Violet. Violet, thank you. There's Violet. Just a couple more left in this pile. I've got these 2. This one has a little one attached in the back. I've got these 2. Be nice if I get them on camera. There they go. Ledger packs. Yep, there are some ledgers. Fabric-y things I'm going to do on Thursday. And it's because I have a bunch of fabric things. There's lace, layering lace packs, fabric trim samples. The slow stitch kit is Thursday. The laundry ribbon is Thursday. Okay, these 2. A and B again. This one is bound with string right here. Kind of interesting little binding. And this one is bound with string down here. Again, they're little 2 holes. just two punched holes, and they're bound like that. So very different styles of writing. A and B. A is a marriage from 1754. So a marriage contract where a bride was purchased basically in 1754. Not exactly, but sometimes, basically, right? So there's the first page, there's the second page, and that's a folio, and you got another stamp here. First page, second folio. That's really the fourth folio. So it looks like we have 4 folios, a total of 8 pages. They're beautifully written. Yep. 8 pages, 4 folios, 4 of them have gorgeous stamps on them. So there's that one. And again, these are about 7 by 10. This one, I don't have an identifiable date right off the front, but obviously it's, you know, the same stamp. We can assume it's about 1750. And this one has 1 page, 2 pages, 3 pages. There's some extra 4. This is super thick paper. Super, super thick. I try to show you the paper texture, and sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. It's only 6 pages, plus this little document back here in the back. 6 plus half, or this may have been a full page. That may have been a full page that was folded and cracked. It does have a signature, so I don't know. It may have been a separate document, or it may have been a full page that cracked. It is bound, so we're going to do 8 pages, 6 pages. This one has thicker paper. Here we go. For these ones, we're going to make them some tags. We've got the A document. I'm so sorry that I didn't know YouTube was having problems. I'm supposed to stay on top of that. A and B. This guy we're going to do, I'm going to do him for 90. There's 6 pages there. I think we have 4 stamps. Maybe there's 8. There's 8 pages and we have 4 stamps. This is 6 pages. That's a super good deal because 4 stamped folios would be 160. So this one, let's do 6 pages at, let's do it at 70. 6.5 pages. There we go. The documents are priced at B for 70, A for 90. There they go. I need to finish a March kit for you guys. I know it seems like back to back way too fast, but I need to finish a March kit for you guys. So if we end early, I will go out there and I will be working on that. All right, Deborah KER for the A document. Thank you, Deborah. Deborah KER for the A document. Sorry for reaching in front of the camera. Then I've got Rose D for the B document. Rose D. Thank you, Rose, and thank you, Deborah. Let's see what's left in this pile. The pile went pretty quick, actually. I've got this one from 1786, and I've got, it used to be like a string bound bundle right here. It's starting to come undone. It needs to be like threaded back through there and tied. But we've got that. We could do those. I've got a little booklet, a little handwritten booklet from 1810. It's just got beautiful rag paper pages. I've got a single 2-page document. Doesn't go with anything. It's just a 2-page document. I've got a robin's egg blue document that's really thick with a lot of paper. And I got this grungy guy here. So not too much left. We're going to do these two. YouTube seems okay. There's no printed digital papers or variety packs. No. None of that. We won't have printed digital pages, like packs of that, for a little while. And there's a reason for that, but not for a little while. Had to make a cup of tea. Oh my gosh, too funny. Okay, let's do these documents. We've got this one for the A spot is dated 1778 on this first page. I know that this goes with it because it has the 2 holes right there. So I'm not going to pull on this too much because I don't want it to come apart while I show you. But 1778. Then we've got a document here, and this one is dated 1769 maybe, with a nice stamp, lovely handwriting. There's that one, nice and thick. This one is dated, a little small guy here. I don't see a date on that one. Don't see a date on that one. That one's got stuff written on the back of it. Then we go to this document here. It's dated 1769 as well. So there's that one. That's a 2-page one with signatures. Then we have some robin's egg blue paper. This is robin's egg blue. Little note. Some signatures on it. Look at this craziness. Look at that watermarking. It's like watercolor watermarking. Lovely. Robin's egg blue. I don't know the date, but we can assume it's around 17 something. Some stuff written on the back. You do have a little note here that says 1812. This little paper here that's written on says 1812. And you've got a little note here with a signature. Another signature down in there. So all of this back section, notice the stamp here. That is an 1800 stamp. So all of this back section of robin's egg blue, that might be 1800s, early 1800s, but that back section of robin's egg blue might be 18s. We've got 1769 and 1778 up here in the front. And then it does tie, there is another hole. So it's through one of the holes, but there is another hole right there that you need to kind of thread that back through. And that little document more than likely is supposed to be in there. I don't know if I'll get it in there, but no, I will not. But it is supposed to be in there. So we're leaving that together. That's your A document. A lot of documents in A. Some stamps. And then B is a 1786 document. There's that. And that. And that. So we've got 4 stamped folios. 4 stamped folios. It's coming unbound here, but it's bound up there. Toothy paper. Look at the signatures on that one. So 4 folios, and we've got 1, 2, 3, about 6 papers in that guy. There's some different size ones, some smaller ones, etc. Let's do A and B on these. A and B. Let's do the A one. I'm going to do A at 65, even though there's robin's egg blue in there. I'm going to do it at 65. Because you guys are hanging out with me, even though we're having issues. You guys are all good and patient. This one says 1786 right there, too, in pencil. I don't know why they feel like they need to write it in pencil, as if we can't read that. Like, I don't know. But there it is. So, you can erase it, I guess, with a pencil. The B one, he's got 4 folios, which have nice stamps on them. They would normally be 160. I'm going to do it for 85. Again, you guys are staying with me, hanging out with me through internet issues. You're fighting to get back in, even figuring out how to get in through history. Okay, so there's these documents. Oh my gosh. Your fur baby's got your tuna fillets. Uh-oh. Pet sitting some birds. That sounds fun. If they're nice birds. Some birds are not nice. Jerry A is in first, and she's going to get the A one. Jerry L or the A. Jerry L. And I'm going to put that in a bag here in just a minute, Jerry, so we don't lose anything. Thank you, Jerry. Everyone wanted the A1. No one wanted the B1. So the B will stay. Here's a 1786. 1, 2, 3. Oh, 3 folios. Whoopsies. Why am I thinking it's 4? Did I miscount somewhere? Yes, I did. 1, 2, 3, 4. I knew there were 4 in here. I'm going to leave it at 85. So B has 4 folios. It is available if you would like it. The one is named Grandpa. Oh, I see. The Andy Griffith Show. I see. I think cats and birds is what they're talking about. I think. Okay, so this is still available. So far, we have these. All right, let's look at the last thing. Okay, there's a couple other ones, but we're going to look at this one. We're going to look at this one. This one is a grungy old document, right? It's got double stamps, and they're nice stamps. It's really old. Very, very old. I do not know the date on it right now, but it's a large one too. It's larger than A4. If we measure it, it measures about 8.5 by 12.5. It's close to A4. And very toothy, very water stained paper, but a lot of it. And it's sturdy still. Lots of stamps to play with. And this is all, just watermarking in the paper. So we're on the 4th folio. So there's 8 pages like this. These are really nice ones, and it's nice calligraphy. But again, that's all just in the paper now. It's like coffee dyed. And if you didn't like the pattern of this, you could coffee dye this. Obviously, it had some water, damage. It was sitting somewhere damp, something. Now we have more pages with a stamp. Yeah, single page. And another one. There's your signature page. It looks like it's dated 1732. It looks like 1732. This is a blank page. Again, just watermark. 1792 out here. 1792. There's that one. And it comes with this, which is like basically a plot where they've divided up the land, I believe. So an old map, parcel of land. There's actually, nope, that's just one page. One page. And then this old document. was very large. And it's basically just grunge now. But if this wasn't rag paper, you'd be in trouble. So you got some that you can use guilt-free. And then you've got some beautiful folios with stamps. It's talking about 1519, 1602. Very beautiful. I like the water marking. It's interesting. It's an interesting little pattern and shape. I guess that's 1792. And these are your stamps. All right. So that's what this one is. It's that whole bundle. One item. This document we are going to do for a whopping $50. $50. That's a super good deal. Only one of them. You love the water markings? They are really cool. They're very interesting. Okay, it's 50. Ready? Like everyone. I apologize for those of you with lag. Here we go. On the count of 3, I'm going to count it down and then wait 3 seconds. 1, 2, 3. There it goes. All right. So the very first person after the go is Danny H. Danny H. Thank you. I appreciate it. As you guys know, I'm not I don't hate grunge, but I don't make journals that are grungy. We'll do one as a kit together this year, but I don't generally gravitate towards grunge. I appreciate it. I think it's beautiful in its own way, but do I gravitate towards it? No. So sometimes I get these and I'm like, I'm not sure what to do with them. And I'll just pass them on to somebody who's really into grunge or has a purpose for it. It's a lot of paper for 50, Danny. Thank you very much. I hope that you can make something beautiful out of it. I'm sure you can, but okay. So we did documents. I'm going to save these 3 last little ones as I don't know what to do with them. And those ones were still available. Let's move those over there. You guys caught me yawning. Okay, so we are 3 hours and 30 minutes in. For those of you that have hung out with me, I will give you an opportunity to tell me what to do next. I did bring the ledger page packs, and I did bring the fashion magazines that I previewed. We could do those. There might have been a document earlier that was 1602. I don't remember that. You guys want to do the checks? The checks. Okay, we can do checks. Checks, fashion, magazines. You've waited all night for those. Okay. Well, let's do some. Let's do some. Okay. So the checks are like this. I know you guys cannot see them. I will try to open them and show you. There's 43 packs of checks in here. I'm going to try to keep them off camera as much as I can. So we've got all different colors of tax stamps, right? You can see all different colors, right? Let's open a couple packs and take a peek. That's pretty much the same. That's different. Let's look at these three. So 4 checks. We usually do 5. Let's see what we have. Surprise for you and a surprise for me. French checks. The first one is dated 1925. It has 4 gorgeous tax stamps on it. The next one is dated 1932, it looks like, and it's beautiful. It was from a perfumery. This one is dated, it might be 1932. Has lots of stamps all over it. Then we've got this one, and it's dated 1919. Same thing, lots of stamps. And we've got this guy, it's dated 19, but it doesn't say anything there. Up here we have a stamp of 1945. I don't know what kind of business. It says it was a society. I don't know. So there's that one. There's that one. That one. That one. And that one. That's 1 pack of French checks, just as an example. So I'll show you another one. All the above. Okay. You got it. There's that. Let's look at this one. Maybe. This one, we start out. It says society again. 1923. I think this might be fabric-y related. I'm not sure. But 1923. There's that one. This one is 1935, and it's confections for your children, for women and children, it says. This one is a winery, I think, and it's 1926. The colors of the tax stamps. This is 1939, and it's a perfume place. And this one is furniture, and it's 1938. So you have a lot of variety of tax stamps in there too. Got lots of purples and pinks and peaches and some greens. So there's another pack. We have one more pack, but it looks like it has the same perfumery check. We'll move on and do them. They have nice, lovely ink stamps on them too. Thin Mint Girl Scout cookies. That's lovely. It's a Girl Scout cookie time. We can't have any, but we don't eat half of the food I buy, so we need to stop buying food. It's just not get eaten. I don't know. Everybody's too busy and nobody eats it. So hopefully if I keep these down here, you guys can see kind of without the glare, maybe. Well, that's a good husband, Danny. Peacekeeper if he's bringing you cookies. Okay, here we go. We're going to do, these are packs of 5 French checks. French checks are very large, as you saw, like, they're much larger than an American check. If you've never had a French check, there's something else. So these, we normally do 5 checks for, sometimes we do them for 24 or 20 or 22. I'm going to do them at 20 tonight. 5 checks at 20. Was it 5? Or was it was 5, right? I think it's 5. Yeah, I think it's 5. We're going to go with 5. So there's some French checks. Let me do the spreadsheet for these. These are 5 checks. The first person in is, Up to the top of that list, I see Jerry. Jerry L, thank you. Then Alice. I hope you guys are using them in your journals or scanning them or both. Jody M. Carol V. Then we have Eva. Thank you guys. Thank you so much for hanging out with me, even the trouble. Mickey would like to. Thank you, Mickey. Teresa M. Teresa M-U-R. Perfect. And she would like to. Thank you. Sarah T. Lena for 2. Thank you. Then we've got Rose D. Karen L. Karen L. Thank you. Then Deborah M-E-R for 2. There we go. Susan S. Susan, is this your first pack of checks too? I bet it is. You're gonna be like, you're gonna be in love with French paper after this. Susan S. Thank you. There's Melanie. Hello, Melanie. Long time no see. There's Melanie for a pack. Linda A. And Catherine. And Sabrina for 4 packs for Sabrina. Thank you, Sabrina. Then we've got Brandy. And after Brandy, we've got Susan B. Thank you, guys. Then we've got Cindy H. There's another person I haven't seen for a little while. Cindy H for 2. Thank you, Cindy. Elizabeth. Elizabeth. Did you happen to register? And did I ever get registration information? Elizabeth did register. I do have Elizabeth's information. Thank you, Elizabeth. I'm going to add you right now. Thank you. We invoice at the end of the week, and I sell for 4 sales, and then I ship. So I'm going to sell Tuesday and Thursday this week, Tuesday and Thursday next week, and everything ships after that. And I do that to save you guys money on shipping. It's also easier for us, I won't lie. Let me see. I don't have information for the one lady. I don't have information for, where is she? Rose, Deborah, Violet, Diana. For Dorothy. I don't have information for Dorothy. So Dorothy, if you're still here, honey, I didn't get registration information from you twice. So I either need to get information from you or we need to take your name off of this document. Dorothy CRU. That one's going to get put to the side for the moment because there were other people for that. So there's that. Back to StreamYard and see what we got. Elizabeth, we've got you. Thank you. Then Tiffany B says 2, please. Tiffany B for 2. Thank you. Tiffany B for 2. Okay, after Tiffany, Brandy wants another for a total of 2. Perfect. Thank you. You're up there. I saw you, Susan. Peggy H, I did not see you for 3. And Peggy, it's oftentimes it kicks your name out. You can claim with the word me all the time. From now for forever, Peggy H, you can claim with just the word me. And if you use the X for ×3, it might kick it out for that too. But you could just put me in the number and I'll get it, or I'll ask you. But Peggy, I see it's skipping you quite a bit. And Diana B, I see you, Diana, for 1, and Esther for 1. Thank you, guys. We're holding out for these. Just sew them right into that signature of your journal. Or scan them first and print them out and then sew that in. But it works both ways. Your first checks too, Carol. That's awesome. Dana Q, I've got you. Thank you. Wanda G. Wanda G, thank you. The monogram books were amazing. I'm happy that they went to a good home. Thanks, Shona. Okay, Jane H is here. Jane H, thank you. And Diana, I did see you. Yes, I got you 1 pack. I do have enough, Elizabeth. Let's grab Elizabeth one more. So she's got a total of 2 packs. Diana, yep, you can have a second also. There's 2 for Diana. And I'll give you guys just a little, for example, yes, you can copy them and print them out and then fold them up just as journaling space in a pocket. But you can also, hold on 2 seconds. There is a loose check laying around here. At least there was a loose check hanging around here. Where are those? Right here. Okay. So if you take a loose French check, if you take a French check, yours are obviously going to be loose. If you take a French check and you copy it and you print it out and you cut it out, then on this side, you could copy the back if you cared to have the back in there, or just print, coffee dyed paper or something else that you like that you can journal on. And then you're going to take this little bit and poke it up like that, just fold it. And then you're going to tuck this one in, and it kind of creates a little matchbook fold. Like I can fold this one for real. It's fine. But fold the bottom up a little bit like that. Fold this so that it goes over. It has to be folded down past this little bit right here. Past it, so it'll tuck in. And then that tucks in, and it's kind of like a little matchbook fold. Right? If you think of the way matchbooks are, where the matches are kind of stapled in there and that flips open, it can create a little pocket on a page just like that, but you're going to glue down and lose that back, or just stick it in a pocket and then it's a little matchbook thing that opens, right? You could also right here poke 2 little holes and sew one of your scrappy little notepads in there, and then you'll have a scrappy little matchbook notepad out of a French check. And you could use the cutout, scanned and printed one if you print it on cardstock even, or whatever. But you could just sew it into the signature too. And you could sew it in, fold it up multiple ways like this too. It doesn't have to just be folded in half and put in. But yeah, they're just little interesting bits of paper to play with. That's really what it is. So now I have a matchbook. Let's tuck that in a bin so I can use it. Okay, I think we're to the end of checks. I have a lot of checks, so there are more left. Yes, there are more packs of checks. I think we had 46. I think we had 46 packs done and ready to go. Okay. Did I get Mary MCD for 2? I don't think I did. Mary MCD for 2 packs. Diana M, did I get you? Diana M, I did not get you. There we go. Yep, that's where we left off. Okay, so Diana M, I got you. Mary MCD. If it was a printed one, I think maybe it'd be easier to glue it down. Aw, thanks, Lena. I did see you now, Diana M. Cheryl EME for the checks. Got it. Thank you, Cheryl. Yep, a giant tag. That's also a great example, Kindle. That's a great idea. You could shrink them down or leave them as they are. Yep, absolutely. Sabrina's going to up hers to 6. Thanks, Sabrina. Thank you. Thank you. Awesome. All right. So we did checks. We did that. Let me see. I'll ask you guys again. I know you guys wanted to see the ledger in the fashion magazines. Here's some ledger packs to look at and some fashion magazines to look at. I mean, you can't see too terribly much. Maybe if I put it like that, we could have some weird dresses and heads that don't go together. But I can kind of make them go together. There they go. Okay, I'm going to be right back. Just give me 1 minute. Okay, I needed to take pain pill. It rained overnight and it rained this morning. The stiffness from the rain, I know you guys can sympathize with me. Not fun. Not fun at all. The stiffness and the pain from rain. Every time it rains, we can feel it. Can feel it in our bones and everything, right? So that's what I was doing. Apologies. Okay, moving on. Thank you again. So we have fashion magazines and we have ledger. We're going to do ledger first and then we'll do fashion. So these are two ledgers that are, there's a folio from each ledger in the pack. Okay. I'm going to try again to try to make it not be so super bright glary. But instead of making you guys buy two different ledger packs, I put one folio from each ledger in this one pack. And the reason why is you can instantly see two very different styles of writing. This one is dated, I don't know when this one is dated. This one is dated 1917 or 27. We cannot read it. I think it says 27. I think this is a 2 or a 1. Don't know, but it looks like 1917 or 1927. This one has very pretty writing. In fact, I sold some whole ledgers that looked very similar to this. We had a bunch from the same place, the same, I don't want to say factory, but the same place. So we had a bunch from there. I took apart one to share with you. We sold one whole. I think I have another one available whole that looks like this. But we took it apart. I gave you a folio of this one. It's beautiful ledger paper. It's sturdy. You can see I folded it, did just fine. It's great quality ledger. There we go. A little bit tan around the edges, and it will more than likely be a little brittle around those tanned edges. I think other than that, it's okay, right? So there's that one. That's the first folio. the second folio, they're dated, but I don't see the year. I'm going to assume it's still like 1920s or 30. 1917, 1927, in that range. This is the second folio. Very different style of writing. There's not an ugly or pretty, but there is different. And so here's the thing with these. Do they have big, beautiful, fancy headers? No, they don't. Do they have very expensive, like super high-end thick paper? They have nice paper, but no, they don't have super high-end expensive paper. They're not rag paper. They're not Robin's Egg Blue. What these are these are really great examples for what French ledger looks like, the everyday French ledger. And I wanted to give you guys two different folios so that you're not locked into one style or the other. But also these, I I did this so that you guys could have ledger that you could use, that you wouldn't hoard, that you would feel comfortable cutting up and using for backgrounds or pages or whatever you wanted to use it for. So we put these together with a certain price point in mind because I wanted them to be cheap enough that you wouldn't hoard them. I have beautiful, beautiful ledger page packs. And if you guys want the fancy ones that you'll hoard, we can do those. But sometimes, like, because I always take apart like really nice, expensive ledgers, right? To share it with you all. But then it's so nice you guys don't want to use it. So we took apart two that we were like, okay, look, these are the basics of French ledger. You guys should use these. You should not hoard them. You should use them. So anyway, we're going to make these cheap enough that you're going to use them. You're going to cut them up. You're going to use the originals. You could scan them first if you want, but use the originals so that you guys can have some actual antique papers in your journals. Whether you use it for backgrounds of a tag or a pocket or whatever, use these. These are going to be priced to use. 2 folios, which means you're getting 4 pages. They're large pages. I would measure them quickly just so you know. You're getting really 8 journal pages out of this. They're 15 inches by 10 inches. You're going to cut them in half right here, right? Because this is about, it's like 7 3/4 by 10. So just slightly smaller than a printer paper, right? So if you fold that in half and you put it into a journal as a page in a journal, it's perfect. If you want to cut it up and use some for masterboards, you can cut it up and use it for masterboards. This one too, either way, you know, you could put that into a journal as a page like that. So anyway, we did these with a certain price point in mind. You're getting 4 pages, 2 folios. They're about 100 years old. Let's do them. I think there's like 100 of them or something. There's a lot. I know that we had a certain number ready tonight, but I know there's more out there. So I don't know where this tag is, but we're going to do 2 folios / 4 pages. French ledger. I'm going to put 1927 because I really don't know. I'm pretty sure one of them says something similar to that. And these are, I don't want to say users. These are ones that you should use. These are not hoard ledger pages. These are usable ledger pages. I want to see you use them and make something. Okay? So this price point is so you can use them. $15. I never do 2 folios of French ledger for 15. I never ever do, and I probably will never again. But I want you guys to use them. So there they go. I don't want to be like super stressing about it, but sometimes it's really hard, like, because you take apart the books and you share the things, and once they're yours, it's your business what you do with them, of course. But sometimes it's nice to see you guys use the things you buy. Sometimes, you guys post pictures in the Facebook group for those of you that do, and I love seeing you guys use the stuff. Absolutely love it. It makes my heart so happy to see that you guys actually used it. But I know, like, sometimes there's things we want to hoard too. So I just decided to do a pack that was cheap enough where it was like, I know they're less than $4 a ledger page, and they're big ledger pages. So I know you guys are going to use them. I'm going to just trust you guys are going to use them. We're going to do this list. Please claim as many packs as you would like. There is probably, I think, 100 or so available. So I'm going to type it in as user pack of 4 ledger pages. I know it's weird, but use them. If I can stress it in your brain one more time. Okay, here we go. Here's the pack. We've got Linda A. I should just bring this keyboard down here because you guys are this is gonna be a long list. So Linda A. Thank you. And we did them for that. Okay, Linda A, and she wants 2 packs. All right, next up is Mary MCD, and she wants 3 packs. Catherine would like a pack. And then after Catherine, we've got Melanie. And if you guys already have something coming because you bought something else tonight, usually paper packs do not really add much of anything to weight. And so they can pretty much ship for free after with whatever else we're already shipping you. Okay, so after Catherine was Melanie and Tammy D and Pam GRE for 2. Thank you, thank you. Scrolling down, they've got Jerry L, and she wants 2. Then Leanne would like 1. Thank you, Leanne. Then we've got Jody M for 2 packs. Jane H for 3 packs. Thank you, thank you. We've got Teresa M for 2. Teresa M for 2 packs. After Teresa's Deborah KER, and she wants 2 packs. Rose D would like 2 packs. After Rose is Susan BEC. Susan BEC. Then we've got Sarah T. After Sarah, we have Maria C. Thank you, thank you. Peggy H for 3. Peggy H for 3. Thank you. Cheryl EME. Lena M for 2. No, 3. Lena for 3. Violet would like 1. Thank you guys. Susan S would like 1. Then we've got Wanda for 2. Wanda for 2. Thank you. Diana M. I can tell something's up with now that I'm looking at it. Some of the people who are usually near the top are not near the top tonight. I don't know if it's slower or maybe you guys are just busy doing something. I don't know. But it does seem a little bit different. Mickey S for 2. Brandy S for 4. Mickey, Brandy, I need to type your name, right? Yes. Okie doke for 4 for Brandy. Linda A for 2. Linda, did I already get you? I did. Yep. Linda, I've got you for 2 on there. Jennifer EDM. Hello, Jennifer. Jennifer for 2 packs. Thank you, Jennifer. Oh, I'm sorry. For 1 pack. I lied. After Jennifer is Mary, and I think I already got Mary. I did get Mary for 3. Did I get Catherine? I did get Catherine. Elizabeth for 2 packs. Elizabeth M for 2 packs. Thank you, Elizabeth. Then we've got Cindy H for a pack. After Cindy is Terry M. Ann A. Susan S., we got you for one. If you're trying to claim an additional one, please put total of and let me know. Because I don't know if it's like you're just trying to make sure or if you're claiming a second. Christine B., I've got you for two. Esther, got Esther on the list. You definitely use yours. That's great. Good to hear. Angie D. Angie D. Thank you. And Alice W. Thank you. Slowly starting to use originals. Christine. I am because I'm sitting right here and can do it. And I did want to change the way that we did ads. I'm not going to, harp on that or whatever tonight because the internet is being weird. But yes, Christine, I added you for checks. Cheryl E wants another one. Cheryl E right there for a total of two. Karen L would like two. Karen L for two. Thank you guys. You use some of your originals. I use originals, but I know it's a little different because I have a lot of originals, right? But even when I had less, I did use less. I will be honest and say when I had less, I did use less because they were a little more precious. But one of the best things I did right off the bat was I spent big bucks and bought a whole ledger. And I'm not just saying that because I sell whole ledgers, but honestly, one of the best things I did was spend the money, and it was hard in the beginning to fork up that much money for a big whole ledger. But then I had hundreds and hundreds of pages. And because I knew in my mind I had hundreds of pages, it made it a little easier and a little more free for me to actually use them. And after I started using those original ledgers, it kind of just started to flow from there. And I was like, oh, okay, well, I had fun. It looked great. Let's do some more. So that's kind of how it worked for me using originals. A little bit, and then bit the bullet, took the big, the big plunge, bought the big one. And then I still have pages from that first one here somewhere because I kept them. And then when I was down to just a little stack, by then I had other ledgers, but that little stack of that original French ledger is still here somewhere. I don't know where in this room, but somewhere. Diana B is the last person I got. Been scanning. If you scan everything, you are amazing because my scan pile never actually gets scanned. CC uses the originals. That's awesome. That's awesome, CC. Okay, let's see. Deborah RM. I do not believe I saw you. Did I get Deborah MER? Deborah. I didn't, but I have them, so I'm going to put you on the list. Deborah MER for 3. Maybe. Let's fix that. Okay, so Deborah, you're on the list now for 3. That's okay. I get it, Linda A. No problem. Margaret L for 2. Margaret L for 2. Big lag for Margaret. Yeah, that's... People have been having problems. Susan S, just 1. Okay, no problem. Margaret wants 2. Got you. Eva, did I get you, Eva? I don't think I did. Nope, Eva, I didn't. I'm going to put you on the list right now. How many would you like? Got Eva. Diana B for a total of 2. Thank you. Shauna's going to be right back. Eva wants 1. And I think we're all caught up. I think we're all caught up. Okay, so I'm going to total these up quick. I think we still have plenty of these left. If you rewatch, we probably have these. And let's do it. Yes, we definitely still have these. It's hard when you're trying to be lazy and sit in your chair and use your mouse when your mouse is too far away. I'm telling you, I need that pain pill to work. Yes, there's 67 sold and we probably have 100. So we have more. I need to get out of my chair and quit being lazy. Put my keyboard back. Thank you guys for letting me do that list sitting down there, though. That was helpful until my pain pill works. All right, we've got 55 minutes. I can make it. You guys are hanging in there with me through YouTube's problem. If you need a good scanner, I would suggest maybe at the same time you get a printer that has a scanner built into it, because the printer that I got now, it's a new one. It's an Epson EcoTank, but it's the newer version. They don't make the ET3850 anymore. The one I have now is a 395 something. What is the one I have now? Let me see if I try to print something, if it tells me which printer I have. I know there's a better way to look. Let's go to the control panel and let's see what kind of hardware I have right now. I think it's 3950. Yes, ET3950. So I got the ET3950. It's basically like the ET3850, but the updated one, because they quit making it. They just made a better version of it. But it has the scanner built in, and even the 3850 had a great scanner. Plenty, like, it has super high resolution. It's plenty good enough for scanning and turning things into digitals for Etsy. Honestly, most digitals are 300 DPI. I've seen some of them start bumping to 600 DPI, but the scanner does way better than that. So if you're just looking to scan things to reprint or for Etsy digitals or whatever, the scanners in those new built-in all-in-one kind of printer deals, those are great scanners. You won't have a problem. And the one that I have has the stitching software that stitches a large document scanned in multiple sections, and it'll automatically stitch it together. And I like that because a lot of those ledger pages are big. They're too big for one scan, right? The French fashion magazines, they're too big for one scan. You can scan them just sections, whatever fits on the plate glass, and then push one button and it'll put it all together in an 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper for you, which means your huge French fashion magazine is now the size of a normal printer paper and nothing's cut off. It's great. I love it. And I will be honest with you, I could give you guys the link for the printer in Amazon, but I got mine at Costco because Costco's cheaper and it has better return policy. So just go to Costco and get it. It's there. Or you can order it at Costco.com. I don't know when the last time Amazon actually gave me a gift card for my paycheck. I haven't been doing videos and I haven't been linking things in Amazon. So Amazon's like, yeah, she's not even an associate anymore. I don't know. Like, I don't get much commission from Amazon. Not that I really ever did, 40 or 60 or something, but for like a lot of videos and a lot of linking. But I just don't think it's really worth it for me. I don't know. I'm not focused on it. There are people who are totally focused. I'm not focused on it. So this is what I'm talking about. So see how this is like far bigger than a printer paper, right? Like, I don't know what's on the back of this, but here's a printer paper, right? So this is like your scan bed. This is your scanning bed of your printer. You take your large fashion magazine, and no, it's not going to fit in there, right? Just scan it. Scan that half right there, right? Scan that half. Then scan that half. Then push the button, and it will give you this. It will give you all of this size. No cutoff, no distortion, no weirdness. And you can just print out the whole entire front cover of your fashion magazine, Or you can print out these large papers that are in here with the lace and other fashion thingies. You can print those out just as like the whole page and use that in a journal, right? Or you could scan this whole thing, the whole spread, the whole thing. You could scan it in 4 sections, push the button, it'll put it together just like this, where you have one journal page and you have another journal page, but it's all on this size. So for making journal pages, the stitching is very important. So anyway, we're going to do French fashion magazines now. I'm not selling printers. I forgot. It's not my job anymore. It's Amazon's job or Costco's job. So there's that. Oh my goodness. Okay. So these are very different 1886 fashion magazines. This is one of the ones in the very beginning of the book. These are December, May. Okay, let's look at June. What else do I have here? I've got June and November. So let's look at January, June, and November. The January one is in the near, beginning of the journal, beginning of the book, right? And so sometimes in the beginning and sometimes in the end, you get a little foxing or a little spotting or something like that, little discoloration. This one's really pretty nice. But these ones have a lot of fashion and a lot of lacy stuff. Sometimes we only get 1 or 2 pages. But the 1889 year seems to have a lot. So there's one issue, right? That's the January. She's got, colder weather clothes on. And then if we look at June, here's June. And notice the color change. Notice the color of the paper change. June is lighter. I don't know if it'll pick it up for you guys. But June is lighter because the January and December are close to probably some marble book paper, bookend paper. And it's probably kind of like not acid free and it's aging it a little bit. But this is the June one. And look how cute. They're all at the beach. These are the bikinis of the day. The bikinis of the day. Bikinis of the day. I think that's hilarious. I do. I would prefer to see women dressed like this again. Oh, I'm not really a fan of like the super young girls where you can see their everything. Anyway, that's a discussion for another day. Beautiful 1886 magazines. You've got, is this 1 page or 2? This is 1 page. So it went right into fashion. Look at their bonnets. Summer bonnets to keep the sun off of their very fair porcelain skin, more than likely. I don't know. So you didn't burn in June. And look at all of this fashion. So see how I said like there is more fashion in the 1886 one? Not only did you have this, but you also had that and that. So these ones do have more fashion. They have some beautiful ladies to scan and to print out and to cut out. And then, of course, there is a little articles and that. Okay. So that was June. I'm going to look at November now. I would wear that more than a bikini. Trust me. Nobody wants to see me in a bikini. Least of all myself. I'm past the age for bikinis. And I don't care what kind of body I had. I wouldn't wear a bikini. No, not for me. Okay. Now, did I when I was younger? Yes, of course. But would I now? No. I'm older and wiser now. Okay. So this is November. There's November. November has some home linens. So it looks like maybe some towels are, I think these are tablecloths. I think they're tablecloths. Napkin, tablecloth runner, maybe something like that. And it's talking about embroidery for it. You'll see that it's kind of split here. Not a big deal. They were bound in a big volume. We have to take them apart. Sometimes they split. There's some furniture, furniture here. These were the beds of the day. It's talking about for children. And it's professional secret. And it's telling you some kind of professional secret regarding mattresses. So maybe these are bed linens. I don't know what they are, but they're here and we're talking about beds. So I wonder what the professional secret is. I don't know. These ones are thicker paper too. I keep thinking I'm getting 2 pages. But look at these, ladies. Look at how bold. I'm going to hold it up. Look at how bold those steel engraved plates are. Let me bring the lighting to 0 also. I want you to see them. There's 0 now that we don't have to worry about glare. That's actually 2. There's 0. So look at the steel engraved plates. Look at how darkly printed, how detailed they are. And this is why you can scan them and print them back out and scan them and cut them out, even when they're folded. Remember, these are folded before I fold them. I just follow those same lines. But look, so pretty. So yes, scan them and then just cut them right out. Beautiful. And articles. So this one for November had these fashion ladies, but really that was it, because it talked about beds and secrets. So there's that, beds and secrets. Yeah, there's that. Okay, so 1886. Moo era. I haven't really had one that I'm aware of that's called a moo. But yeah, that does sound very nice. I just imagine like living in Hawaii near the beach and the ocean and getting that breeze and just wearing that all day. That's what I think about when I think about being comfortable. It's just, I don't know why it has to be Hawaii, but a Hawaiian beach wearing like a muumuu, not a swimsuit. I also do not like the ocean. I don't like salt water. I have very sensitive skin and the salt water hurts my skin. I can't do salt water, but I like being around the ocean. I like the breeze. I like the sounds. I like hearing the waves crash, but I can't go in the ocean. It burns my poor skin. But that's that. Okay, I'm going to put this one away, and then we're going to do these. These are the only fashion that I have for you tonight. Although on Thursday, I have a different fashion for you. Washington beaches are too cold for bathing. I bet they are. I didn't really ever think about that. They sure are beautiful, though. I live in Arizona. All beaches are beautiful to me because we don't have any. So I have 38 of these from the 1886 magazine. 38. I know there's terrible, terrible glare because the light is all the way up. This is why I bring it down, because it's so glary until I like knock it back. It's just so glary. I can't do it. I'm gonna not knock it back that far though. I want you guys to be able to see. Okay. Let me so before I put these in, does anybody have any ad things that they want to add? I'm doing it tonight because there's internet problems, YouTube problems, whatever. Veronica H, you would like 2 packs of the previous ledger. Got it. Anybody else want to add anything before I move on to these fashion magazines? Now, and I will talk to you guys briefly too while we're doing the ads. When we're not having internet issues, when YouTube is being good and not being mean and having worldwide outages or whatever it's having, I have asked, and I started this last Thursday, I've asked you guys, and again, no problem right now. I'm happy to do it now. I'm not talking about right now requests, anything like that. But on Thursday and every day going forward, I would like to do the ads for people who come in late. I would like to do adding of items that I've already shown and already did the list at halftime and at the end. And I will try my hardest to remember to ask at halftime, so about 2.5 hours in, if there's anybody who needs to add something because they came in later, or if you've just, you thought about it and you wanted it, whatever. I'll do add-ons in the middle and at the end of the show. I would prefer, if when the internet is being good, if we could not add on in the middle of like me showing other things and things like that. And it's hard mentally. And I don't know how to explain this. It's very hard mentally to focus when you have all the monitors and all the chat and all the items and all the counting. And do I have 38? Did I sell 42? Like it's just a lot. And I'm just going to be 100% honest and say it's becoming, we're having to stop and start and go back and find this on a spreadsheet and add this and add that and like whatever. It's becoming to be too much for me. My little brain can't handle it. It's just making for a rougher night for me. And I would prefer, if you guys are okay with it, to add at the middle and add at the end when you guys come in late, or when you've, thought about it and you changed your mind, you wanted to get it later, but I've already shown it, that kind of thing. Again, I'm not talking about right now. I understand internet things are what they are. We can't control what YouTube does, all those kinds of things. And plus, it's going to take time for everyone to hear that message. Not everyone was here last Thursday. Not everybody knows. So for, a little bit of time, whatever, I understand. We're going to have requests and that's fine. But I really do want to add to the middle and the end. And what ends up happening is my brain gets overwhelmed, and then you'll hear me giggle less and laugh less, and probably in general be less enjoyable to be around. Because as my brain is working overtime and too hard to keep up with everything, I get stressed, and then that stress also comes through the camera. You guys can tell I'm stressed. So to avoid that and make it a little easier and a little more smooth all the way around, not stopping and starting and going backwards. And I know it's also hard for you guys. You have lives, you have stuff going on. I totally understand that. That's why if you do come in late and you fast forward through the beginning part of the show, you can just make a list and then tell me at halftime or tell me at the end. Does that work for you guys? It stops the momentum of my brain too, but it really just becomes a lot. Like, did I have, like, if you guys want to add something, I don't know if I had it left. I don't know if I had 4 left. And then sometimes I'll add you to the list, but then I didn't have them. And then that's a problem. It's just too much. It's just too much for my brain. My brain is tired. I'm much more of a morning person. It's much easier to do a live sale in the morning than it is after, because so for Tuesdays and Thursdays, they're 14 to 16-hour work days, and you guys are catching me at the very end of that. And so my brain, even though I've had coffee and all that stuff, it's a 14 or 16-hour day, and you're trying to multitask to the nth degree. And that's why I can't speak. Words don't come out. I call things the wrong things. I'll stutter or I'll whatever, and it's just what it is. And so thank you guys for understanding that. And thank you for your patience with all of it. I do wish we could do live sales in the morning. Maybe at some point we can, but I know for a lot of people that work, mornings aren't an option. So I would be much better in the morning because I'd be well rested. And hopefully I'd be able to find my words and stuff. So anyway, no, please. It's okay. I'm not talking about tonight. I just wanted to keep putting that message out there because different people are here on different days, and you might not have been here on Thursday and you didn't know. So just understand, I'm not talking about anybody tonight. I know A, it's going to take a while for everyone to hear, and B, there are problems out there in YouTube world tonight. So, all right. Ooh, we're talking about hagstones. Oh, you guys are talking about amazing things over there. Back to Hawaii. We're going to do these fashion magazines. Thank you, guys. Let me go up and catch the people who missed things because I forgot to look after I asked. Another thing that I do quite often. Okay, there's Veronica requesting, your sister lives in Hawaii. I'm also jealous of that. Okay, was there anyone who had requests that worked really well last time? It makes sense. Good, good, good. I don't think anyone is asking to add anything. No, no one likes it when I have to turn the camera around, least of all me the next day. Okay, I think we're good. I think we're good. Okay, we're moving on. We're going to do these magazines. These are French fashion magazines, 1886. These are single magazines. So single magazines. Sometimes we have a 2-pack. Tonight they're just singles. And I did that deliberately again, because when I have 2, then I have to price the pack for 2 of them being in there. And for some people, the price difference is enough where they can't afford it. So I did want to bring some really nice single ones so that you could pick up one magazine, because honestly, they're $15. But if I brought 2, it'd be 30, right? And so some people can do 15, but they can't do 30. Some people are on a very tight budget. Most people these days are. So I'm just saying we brought singles deliberately. You can have up to 38 because that's really all there are of the 1886 ones. But it's nice to have a single pack instead of a 2-pack at the same time. So there we go. They are 15. They're going in. I did try very hard to bring some budget-friendly things because, I get it. I have to budget too. It's hard sometimes. Like there's some French fabric I would really like to buy because, I would just like to hoard it for a while, really. I keep looking at it and I keep wanting to buy it and order it, but I really can't swing it right now because I'm supposed to be saving for a house. So there's that. Would you like French fabric or would you like your house? Probably your house is a good choice. So I will be withholding personal spending till after my house happens. French fashion magazine from 1886. There we go. The very first person in. And yes, this type of magazine is more in Etsy. So you're better off to buy that here than there. Violet is the first person in. Thank you, Violet. Then Alice. Thank you. Mary would like to. Mary MCD. After Mary is Deborah. These guys are proving why I make them in 2-packs. Deborah K for 2. And then Diana B for 2. Hey, I get it both ways, but some people, they want the single and I wanted to offer it. Thank you guys. Appreciate that. Diana B for 2. Terry M for 1. Terry M. Then we've got Karen L. And Jody. Jody M. We've got Rose DEI. So for you new people, if you are still here, if you do not have a French fashion magazine yet, please, please, please consider getting one because they're beautiful. You're going to fall in love with them when you get your first one. They're all different. Every magazine is different. The ladies in every single one are different. The lace is different in every single one. Yes, you can do a lot of things with them. You can tear them apart and craft and make pages for a junk journal out of them. But most of us will cut out the ladies or copy them and then use the copies to cut out. Does that make sense? But these are like a staple, French paper staple. So Rose was the last one, then Catherine. Catherine, you know, she collects them, clearly. Catherine also wants that 2-pack. Susan's like, I'm going to try one. Susan's getting one. Susan S. Rhonda B. Hello, Rhonda. I don't know if you've been here the whole night or if I'm just seeing you. I might just be tired. Veronica H. for one. Esther for one. Lena for two. So I see about half and half. Lena for two. Elizabeth M for two. Jennifer E for two. See that they're proven I still need some 2-packs out there in the world. Then Kendall for one. Kendall, thank you. I don't know if I said hello to you, Kendall. Hello. I know, yes, house first. Especially, I cannot spend one dime. Like literally not one dime. I can buy stuff that we need, but I cannot buy personal things at all. Like, I have to be super strict. I know, Shauna. Don't tease me about it. Yes, Carol. Definitely to that. And Susan, it is always going to be a different order because I use streaming software and that timestamps all the comments. So whatever you're seeing on your side, it's going to be, if you go out and come back in and refresh on a night where YouTube is working, you're going to see that order be a lot closer to the way I called them. But yeah, I use streaming software and it timestamps all the comments more accurately than YouTube does, which is one of the reasons why we use it. It's not perfect, but usually it timestamps them and gives them to me in the correct order. And then I call them in that order that it gives through the streaming software. Mickey is next, and she got one. Kim is next. Kim GOL, and she got one. Susan did get one. Diana M. Got one. Thank you, guys. Brandy got one. There's Brandy. Thank you. We got Diana. YouTube signed you out. Oh. Yeah, it's been being very mean today. I think there's a worldwide. You guys said there was a worldwide thing. Your first one as well. You're going to love it. Make sure you copy it. Even if you don't have the ability to copy it, take it to like FedEx, Kinko's, whatever, and have them give you some copies so that you can cut those ladies out. The banks never want to give you your own money back. I don't know what their issue is. Karen L. I would love to also, but wanted to wait and see. So total of 2. Oh, yes. Okay. Perfect. Karen L for 2. I will add it up. I think we're getting close, but I'm pretty sure we're still okay. Thank you, Karen. Norma would like one. Norma, thank you. Norma J, thank you. Thank you, Susan. Thank you. If you have time, peek your head back in on Thursday and see what Thursday's sale's all about. Hopefully I can do the other things I promised I would do tonight. Oh, I know. My daughter just bought one also in January, and it was very hard to watch me. It was very hard to watch her have to spend that much money for her first house. The entry point for first-time homebuyers is ridiculously high. It was so hard to watch them have to do that for their first house. Terry M for 2. Yep, Terry, thank you. Okay, I'm going to add these up quick. Just make sure that I'm okay on quantity. And then let's see where we're at. Yes, I have 6 remaining. 6 remaining of those. So everyone got exactly what they asked for, and there are 6 left. For rewatchers, you guys can add things. I want to clarify too. You guys can add things by texting me after the live sale ends for every sale except that one right before we ship you. So not this week is fine, you can add things. Next Tuesday is fine, you can add things. But next Thursday is the one where we're going to ship you like the next day and invoice you the next day. And so that's the one. Next Thursday is the one where you have to be present to buy. There can't be like add on later through text message. I can add them, but it won't be for that shipping cycle. It'll be for the following shipping cycle. Hopefully that makes sense. But that was also a different change. And it's because I kept like having to add things and then it would push out sending the invoice. It would push out sending the invoices and then that would push out shipping everyone. So in order to avoid delays in shipping, we can't add for the Thursday before we ship, which is next Thursday. Okay, couple of changes. Sean is definitely coming on Thursday. Catherine, and even if something happens, you can reach out to me. Catherine's going to change hers to 3, and Christine's going to add one more. Christine is just getting one. Yes, Christine's getting one. Christine B for 1. That means I have 4 left. 600 small homes. On small homes. Oh, yes. Yes, I know. Arizona got very, very expensive over the last 5 years. Like, it just makes me want to cry. It did. Jody M would like, I totally have 2. I think she means she wants a total of 2. Jody, thank you, Jody. That means 3 left. There's no minimum to order, Mrs. E. And this is Tuesday, so we'll invoice over the weekend. So you won't get an invoice for anyone who shopped tonight. You won't get an invoice for tonight. You won't get an invoice for Thursday until like Saturday, Sunday, Monday. And that my daughter's doing it and she does it when she can. So Saturday, Sunday, Monday of next week is when you're going to get your bill. Yes. See, a lot of places got very expensive. And honestly, it's not worth it. I mean, not here for us. We don't have oceans. Our weather is hot as heck in the summertime. Our winters are nice, yes, sure. If you want 80 degrees. Okay. So I think I've done your requests. Is there something else that you guys wanted that I promised that I would do that I can do that isn't special? What else would you guys like to see tonight? I guess I should just phrase it that way. The fabric is, there's going to be fabric on Thursday. On Thursday, as long as the internet is being good, as long as YouTube is being good on Thursday. Not the French fabric I was buying for myself. Fabric packs and lace layering packs and fabric-y sewing things on Thursday. Oh my gosh. I do have time cards, but as Catherine is aware, we started making them into packs. Then we got some new boxes of time cards. Those ones are not in those packs. I want to add those time cards to the current time card packs. And then I will bring you time card packs. I know it seems ridiculous, but I don't want to do 2 separate time card packs. I would rather just add extra in the packs we already have going. Small farm tracts in central Kentucky going for $120 for 5 acres. Well, that seems wonderful for me, Mickey. I mean, I don't know if that's expensive or not, but 5 acres of land here is $1 million plus. So that seems great. Now we don't have like tornado. I don't know if Kentucky has tornadoes, but we don't have tornadoes. I know it's not Kansas, but I'm just saying like, or just desert and it's very expensive. Any robin's egg blue paper? There was a couple pieces that I've got here. Surprise you. Aw, thank you, Elizabeth. Appreciate that. No, I don't have new Florentine paper yet, but I'm having something specially made for you all that when I just for the 84 of you that are here, when I say I have Florentine paper this time, this is not a show that you want to miss. This is a show that you guys want to be present for. There is something that I had made specially for us that I'm going to sell when I have the Italian paper next time. And you're going to want one. I want like to hoard them. So I'm just telling you, you're going to want one. We've never had it before. We probably won't have it again. I don't know, but I had it specially made for us, and you're going to want one. You're probably going to want 3 or 4. Just saying. Oh my gosh, German paper tape eventually, I promise. 2 years ago it was 60 and now it's 120. I might need to move to Kentucky. Yeah, she is pregnant again with the second. I'm giving you fair warning because if I sell them and they sell out on that day, people will be mad. Like they will be mad at me. You guys, I don't think you understand when things sell out, like you guys are all nice here, whatever. But then the nicest people here on live chat will be mad at me in a text message. I know like it sucks to miss out on things, so I understand that. I'm going to share them with you, but I'm definitely hoarding some of them for myself. I bought enough, I think, but we'll see. We'll see. Oh, there's new Florentine papers. So what time is it? We have 15 minutes. I'm going to flip this camera back around and we're not going to do any other items tonight. We're going to chat for 5 minutes or 10 minutes and then we're going to go. But I do want to say massive thank you to you guys. And I'm so sorry that YouTube is doing whatever. I'm flipping the camera back. You all see that now, but I'm sorry that YouTube is having issues. I didn't know. Normally I keep like the little message board up so that I can check it when there's issues. I didn't look at it. I didn't know that there were issues. I know that there were some last week. I don't know if it's the same issues, but I didn't think we had issues with the live sale on my side that I could see until you guys were telling me that. So I'm sorry. Had I known that, probably would have done a little bit different because it's not fair to do a live sale where, especially for the documents and things where you only have that one on nights where there's internet issues or YouTube issues or whatever, because YouTube seems to pick on certain people and it's not the person personally. It's that YouTube works in mysterious ways with mysterious algorithms. And for whatever reason, whether it be location or device specific, it can just choose to not let people participate or block their comments or I don't know, other ways to make things difficult. And I don't like to sell things whenever there's specifically one, single item things when the internet is acting up or YouTube is acting up because it's not fair, right? Like they're trying, but YouTube's not letting them. So to avoid that issue, we did kind of change the lineup and I did kind of end, definitely end the sale early. I will have more on Thursday. We've been trying to do some of that mixed media stuff for weeks or even since before Christmas for some of it. So we need to get to that and fabric and paper. And I do have some ledgers and I have some other special books out there that I was trying to hide from you guys, but I will share them now. So I'll share them on Thursday / Monday or Tuesday, not Monday, Tuesday with you guys soon. Anyway, I will bring new things. However, I am sorry that YouTube is being difficult and I appreciate your guys' patience. I appreciate those of you that hung out with me throughout the whole thing. Most people, when they get kicked out, they just won't come back because it's like they don't know what happened. They don't know why they're not being let in. If I read my messages right now, probably somebody asked if they got banned because that's my biggest fear is you guys are going to think like, I'm not letting you back in or whatever. And it's not that, it's YouTube not working. So piano paper. Oh my gosh. That sticky note is right there. Like it's right there. It's in my face. I'm going to remember piano rolls. I know. I'm so sorry. Thank you for the request for the thumbs up. I really appreciate that. And thank you guys again for all your support, for hanging out with me. Thank you for being so kind. Even when there are issues, thank you for being kind, especially when there's issues. But thank you for being kind to each other in the chat too. And, you know, whenever I'm doing something that doesn't interest you, you guys have conversations and side conversations and you're chatting along. And I think that it's great that you guys make friends and that you come and it's like, you know, a great place to socialize too. And that makes me happy. It's like every time I have a live sale, it's like hosting a party where the people who attend your party have a good time. And I see that you guys are having a good time and that makes me happy. So whether you're here to shop or you're here to have a good time, either way, it makes me happy, right? So thank you guys for that. Thank you for all your kindness. Remember the Facebook group. Remember the challenges that are going on in the Facebook group. Like I said, there were very few entries so far this month. So, and it's a short month. Probably still lots of opportunity to win those $50 Amazon gift cards. And I appreciate you guys making it a party. And so I'm going to wrap for the night. I do appreciate, you know, you letting me go a couple minutes early. It was a little bit of a painful day today because of rain. But I'll be back on Thursday. Thursday is 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. They're always the same time, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Even when I mess up and advertise the wrong time, they're still 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. There is a live on Saturday. If I don't see you on Thursday, there is a live on Saturday, 9 a.m. It's the third crafting class. It's free. You don't have to buy anything. You can make whatever you want to make, or you can make a journal alongside of us. But there's been like a huge crowd of people every time, and I'm so thankful. It makes it more fun when there's more people there chatting, just like that party, right? So if you want to have a junk journal making party Saturday at 9 a.m. Arizona time, 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I promise eventually I'll get those times down. And I'll see you guys back Thursday for more live sale. Hopefully YouTube behaves. Fingers crossed. Thanks, guys. Have a great night. Bye-bye.